The Yanqing National Alpine Skiing Centre on the Hai Tuo Mountain is the venue for the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Alpine programme, and a cloudy day up on the mountain, but enough visibility for today's races to go ahead as the women race their giant slalom on day 7 of these Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. Here is the schedule for the day, and the vision impaired category will get us underway, followed by the standing and then the sitting. Giant slalom, the combination of 2 runs, the run 1 in the morning, run 2 in the afternoon, and it is the combined times of those 2 runs that will make up the podium at the end of the day. This will be the 4th medal that the women are battling for, and their penultimate day of action at these Paralympic Winter Games, and they'll be looking to try and ski as hard as they can on some difficult conditions. The air temperature, well, is above freezing, so that is not good news for the snow. It will start to deteriorate as we go through the day, hence why the start time has been brought forward to 8:30 local time. The women's giant slalom, vision impaired, at the Alpine skiing at Beijing 2022. We'll get day 7 underway, the first of the 2 runs. And let's have a look now at the start list. And there are 15 athletes at the top of the hill from 10 national Paralympic committees. The defending Paralympic champion, Henrietta Farkasova, goes at bib number 2. The reigning world champion, Barbara Eigner, goes at bib number 3. 2018 silver medalist Menna Fitzpatrick goes at 9, while the bronze medalist from Pyeongchang, Melissa Parent, goes at 8. Zhu Da King at bib number 11 is China's big medal hope in this one. Changing conditions today.
Yeah, and as we've seen, the course workers and volunteers here have done a great job of keeping the course in good order, and hopefully it's going to be just cold enough today for the snowpack to stay fairly well consolidated to ensure fair racing fair and even racing from start to finish of today's proceedings. A lot of ladies to get down this course, so we'll watch the conditions very carefully as things progress throughout the morning in this first run for the women's giant slalom.
Get the feeling.
Brett Wild there just talking to his athlete Millie Knight, telling her to get strong. And a little bit of wind blowing, as you can see from the gates in the picture, but no beating sunshine that we've had on previous day. No picture postcard day of the Hai Tuo Mountain on day 7.
Still spring-like though, but rather damp and a little bit misty in contrast to fantastic conditions that we've had through the opening days of the Paralympic Winter Games 2022.
The 30-second beep will bring the wand across the gates, and Millie Knight will prepare herself. Slovakia have had a great vision impaired games in the Paralpine. Can they continue that here? Millie Knight of Great Britain and Brett Wild, her guide, will get the women's giant slalom vision impaired race underway, and an opportunity to see the pattern of gates set by William Marshall of Canada, alternating blue and red gates, and Knight is into the murk.
Yeah, our long shots showing it is rather foggy up the top, but a steady start from the British pair. Brett Wild guiding well here, finding the rhythm of the course. Marshall, one of the Canadian technical coaches, has set a very steady rhythm on this top part.
The opening 6 turns or so are pretty steep, but then it sort of flattens out, sort of roller coasters its way down to the sort of 90-degree right-hand turn, which they'll come to after the second time check, and then it gets very steep.
Far more open right on our screens right now. A lot more distance between the gates than up at the top. There's that second time check. And coming around this long sweeping left foot turn. It's one of the classic key signature elements of this piste. That breakaway onto the final steep pitch into the finish area.
And Knight is down in 103.35, encouraged all the way by Brett Wild, her guide. Well, we'll have to wait and see how that stacks up against those remaining at the top of the hill. Henrietta Farkasova of Slovakia, the defending Paralympic champion, is underway. 11 times a Paralympic champion, but she won't be defending her title here in Beijing because she is out, and that is a big shock. Henrietta Farkasova of Slovakia is a DNF in the women's giant slalom vision impaired.
Well, the first big upset of the day.
Barbara Eigner of Austria and her guide Clara Sikora, the 16-year-old, is the reigning world champion.
Strong work from the youngster here. Her first competitive outing here in Beijing. Really good work. Powering the ski, going from left foot to right foot, keeping that rhythm going. Clara Sikora doing an amazing job of guiding through this midsection.
1.94, the right side of the clock, and Eigner's twin brother Johannes racing in the men's category. He won the men's giant slalom vision impaired, so can they do the brother-sister double act?
Well, yeah, family heritage is an important element of everything Austrian, but particularly in skiing, it seems. Our guide here, Clara Sikora, her father, a bronze medalist back in Nagano in 1998 at the Olympic Games. Right now, though, onto the pitch, this pair have this race totally under their control.
3.63, the right side of the clock at the second split. That is an excellent time from Barbara Eigner of Austria. 5.31 inside the pace of Millie Knight. Neema Eva-Risto and her guy Paula Elia Brenzel of Germany. And Risto fourth in the giant slalom 4 years ago in 2018.
A little bit far from the gates to have a truly competitive time, but it's a solid run from the German pair. Their connection stronger than we've seen in the recent days, and they just need to keep this going, keep themselves in touch, because don't forget, it's a two-run race.
1.77 at the first bit, 3.62 now for Risto.
Around the long sweeping double. Again, the German pair taking a bit more space than perhaps they needed to, giving the course a little more respect, not attacking as hard as the gates possibly do invite.
58.04 comes and goes, and Risto is down. And the time is 103.94. Bib number 5 is Elina Stari of Austria, the 15-year-old, with her guide Celine Arthofer, and a different start technique to those that have gone before. Everybody in this race, apart from Farkasova, is a B2, so an interesting start. And a good opening couple of turns, only 2/10 off the pace.
Yeah, and just referring back to the start technique, the guide can start left or right or directly in front of their athlete. There's a high degree of flexibility to allow for the differing levels of visual impairment.
And it works well for Stari, who goes second, 0.78 off the pace. Good first run from the 15-year-old.
They're delighted with that. Austria 1 and 2. Very strong performances from the Austrians this morning.
Chiara Matzel of Italy, the next to go. Fabrizio Casal, her guide, 25 years of age, first Paralympic Winter Games. Oh, and she goes down on her right side. as she comes off the steep section, and that's a disappointing end for Madsell.
That's a shame. She'd really got the most difficult gates. She'd managed to deal with those pretty well. Again, a skier with less experience than some of the girls we've seen before, but she had dealt with those tricky top turns and was just letting herself get going, trying to take some speed out onto the flats when it all went wrong.
Alexandra Rexova of Slovakia next on track, and Rexova 16 years of age and has been skiing really well. Look at the wind though on those gates. It is really very blowy up there at the moment, and 300s on the right side of the clock, and well, Rexova passes Madsell on the snow.
Yeah, the Slovakians, as we've said, very, very strong and right across all the disciplines. And here in the king or the queen of technical disciplines, giant slalom, Rexova, showing us that she has the skills in these middle size and middle pace turns. Sticking very closely to her guide. This is great work by the Slovakian pairing. Here comes the final pitch. They have to dig in here, trying not to let the gap grow any longer. Right on the gates. Great closing turns.
58.04, and she's 1.72 off the pace. Rexova slides into third position. Good ski from the youngster.
Quick look back at some very clean turns here. Check by the guide. Great pictures there, capturing the essence of visually impaired guiding and ski racing.
That's our current leader, Barbara Eigner of Austria. Leads the way currently by just over 3/4 of a second, and well, that's not what we want to see. Chiara Madsell clearly hurt herself on that fall. She went down on a rather flat section of the piece, and that can often cause a lot more hurt than going down on a steeper section.
Yeah, she landed really hard, you know, as we're saying, the terrain just flattening off here. Anxious moments for the Italian team. All smiles from the Austrians, however, in the finish area. Niko Pjanic supporting his the ladies section of the Austrian team, while we watch the course workers and medical crew, accompanied by Davide Gross there with Italia across his back, the head coach of the Italian Paralympic Alpine program, making sure the best attention is given to his athlete as we get her safely evacuated off the hill for a proper medical assessment.
Well, that's very disappointing to see for Chiara Madsell. So we have a 16-year-old from a 15-year-old at the top of the standings in this giant slalom vision impaired first race.
Quick look back here at just what went wrong. The Italian pair just getting bounced a little and squashed down into the back seat. Now, often pick up a little knee tweak or something more serious from a fall like that. It looked fairly innocuous, but it was not so much the fall, I fear, that may have done some damage, but just the moments before she actually went down. Fingers crossed that she'll be okay and back to race in the final competition after today.
The Slovakian team will be disappointed that their defending champion, Farkasova, went out of this first run in the women's giant slalom vision impaired. But they still have an opportunity for a medal in the shape of the youngster, Alexandra Rexova.
So everybody just staying ready, staying on deck. As everybody looks anxiously on, the Austrians cast their eyes towards the top of the hill.
Still have one more to come in Veronika Eigner, the elder sister of our current leader, Barbara Agner, by a couple of years. But they're still working on Chiara Matzel, and they'll take as much time as they need to make her as comfortable as possible before taking her off the hill. And concerning times for not only the Italian team, but also the athletes at the bottom of the hill. Yes, they're out there to beat each other on the snow, but they all want each other to finish the races.
Yeah, and stay healthy. It's an amazing atmosphere, I have to say, working on the Alpine circuit. The athletes and coaches, everybody collaborates much more closely than on many other competition circuits, be it on or off the snow. And I think that's what we're sensing here, watching an athlete being evacuated off the hill. You know, it puts a bit of a dampener on everybody's excitement and potential celebrations. But it looks, as we go back to the pictures at the bottom of the start pitch, it looks like they're about to load her onto the sledge, and they'll have looks like they've possibly put a splint on her leg there and immobilized that, get her safely on that sledge and down for a proper medical assessment in the medical center at the foot of the mountain.
Look at the wind on those gates.
Yeah, it's funny, there wasn't so much wind forecast, but now beginning to swirl and gust around. It may clear the mist, that might be a good part of it, but let's hope the gusts don't get too strong, because in the relatively high speeds of giant slalom, you know, we're up around, perhaps on some of the faster sections of the course, you know, we can see speeds approaching 70, 75 kilometers per hour. It's important that the athletes don't find their balance affected or their pace affected by the wind, either whether it's coming across the hill or, you know, it's really a disadvantage to be skiing into a headwind, obviously. But steady conditions, steady weather conditions, steady stable snow conditions is what we really need to close out these final days of the Paralympic Games.
Well, you can see that Mezzo is sort of propping herself up on her elbows. You can see a black helmet.
Yeah, she looks fairly comfortable, so fingers crossed. Let's hope that these are really just precautionary moves and absolutely the correct way to proceed in these circumstances. Just no extra risks to be taken by the athlete needing to ski down and perhaps aggravate a small knee tweak or a small injury. Good work once again, I have to say, by our local course crew.
Yeah, propping herself up, it seemed, with both arms. So let's hope that it is nothing more than precautionary, and that Matzel will be back.
Eight skiers at the top. The first to come, Melissa Perrin of Australia, a very experienced skier, Mel Perrin, and her guide. They'll just be soaking this up. Bobby Kelly guide for Melissa Perrin. They're both very experienced. They haven't been on the circuit the last year or so, but coming back for another Paralympic Winter Games. So these a small interruption in proceedings, I don't think it'll affect their focus and concentration. There's Kelly, the guy there with the orange bib. Mel Perrin with her head down, just staying in the zone, probably just running the pattern of gates in her head one more time just to refamiliarize herself, keep her concentration and ensure that she knows exactly where she is going to be guided, pointing those skis as she chases her guide from the start all the way down to the finish area.
Everyone trying to stay warm at the top. And Chiara Matzel is taken from the hill.
Fabrizio Casal, Chiara Matzel's guide, following on there and just making sure that everything goes according to plan. Obviously, your guiding job doesn't end if your athlete's out of the competition. Your guiding job starts first thing in the morning when the alarm clock goes off, and it's time to go warm up and then go for breakfast, and doesn't stop till the lights go out at night. So full marks for the guide there. It really is a immensely demanding job and a huge responsibility, and one of the most amazing athletic partnerships that I've ever had the experience to be involved with, working either as a coach or as a guide with the visually impaired athletes in the world of para-alpine skiing.
Melissa Perrine of Australia will be the next to go, bib number 8.
Yeah, as expected. She's all smiles there. Cool, calm and collected. Bobby Kelly, just 1 or 2 words of encouragement, setting the final game plan for the Australian pair. Menna Fitzpatrick also smiling. That's a familiar sight. Looking very relaxed there as well at number 9. A wealth of experience up in the start area still to come in this women's giant slalom visually impaired division.
Still just waiting for the beep that will bring the wand across the gate. Japan team in the finish area. They've got athletes in the standing and sitting categories. No one in the vision impaired. And there is the 30-second buzzer. And the one comes across the gate. Bib number 8 is Melissa Perrine of Australia and her guide Bobby Kelly. And Perrine in her 4th Paralympic Winter Games, the 34-year-old who raced speed as well at the last 3 editions, but the technical disciplines here is on her way.
Mel Perrine diving into these turns very aggressively. Bobby Kelly sweeping a wider line, Mel going a bit straighter. That's a bit of a risky combination, I have to say, but the Australian pairing making good headway so far.
And just a second off the pace, Perrine, a bronze medalist in this discipline of giant slalom in Pyeongchang in 2018.
Slightly heavy edge set, right foot and then left by Mel Perrine. I was about to say she needs to settle things down and bring the turn a little rounder, a bit more shape to the turn across the flat. She's got good pace again though.
The difference now, 2.03.
She's an intensely competitive individual. She can't afford to let much more time slip by. She won't be happy with this run. These are solid turns though down the final pitch. It should be good from Perrine.
58.04 and she is 4.09 off the pace. She goes into 4th place with a bit of work to do on run 2. Menna Fitzpatrick of Great Britain, bib number 9, and her guide Gary Smith. Fitzpatrick was 2nd in giant slalom in 2018. What can she do in 2022?
Fitzpatrick a little static on these middle turns. The top turns were more dynamic. Gary Smith setting a good pace and a real nice rhythm, giving a great target for Menna to follow.
Fitzpatrick was the first skier from Great Britain to win gold at the Paralympic Winter Games and at a World Championships. But she needs to try and find some time on these closing turns. 58.04 has come and gone. Fitzpatrick tucks for the line and stops the clock. 4.74 off the pace into 5th place. Bib number 10, Martina Vozza of Italy, 17 years of age, a medalist in the slalom discipline at the World Championships in Lillehammer in January of this year.
thoughts. So just a little tentative coming onto the flat. I would suggest her guide having to slow down a little. Perhaps concerned about that section of the course, knowing that her teammate crashed there just a moment or two ago. But they keep it going through here.
Oh, long hold on that left edge as she comes round that double gate.
Attacks now for the line. This is a bit more attacking on the closing gates.
5.16 off the pace, goes into 6th place. Zhu Da-King from the People's Republic of China and her guide Yan Han Han. And Zhu, well, a bronze medalist in the Paralympic Summer Games in London of 2012. T12 200 meters bronze for her there. And looking good on her opening turns, 1.61 inside the pace of our leader Aigner.
Very clean turns, a little late in the line as she comes over the final pitch. She just needs to hang on here and she should take the lead comfortably.
Oh, she goes down over the finish line. Now, let's hope that she hasn't hurt herself, but that is not a good reaction. She looks like she has hurt herself, which is really disappointing. Now, anxious looks from Aigner and her guide Clara Sikora, and the medical team are out quickly. She'd skied really well, hadn't she?
Lots to be concerned about. Aigner's sister Veronica is actually on course as we pick her up from the start.
Veronica Aigner of Austria with bib number 12, and her guide, her older sister Elisabeth Aigner. And they are 1.63 the right side of the clock. Good skiing from Aigner.
Exactly what we'd expect from Veronica Aigner. Very strong closing few turns here as well.
And 3.01 the right side of the clock. Great skiing from Veronica Aigner of Austria. She has really raised the bar.
Skiing exactly as we expected. Strong but calm from top to bottom. Very precise skiing by Aigner. Puts her in command of this first run in the women's visually impaired giant slalom.
So our current standings, it's Veronica Aigner of Austria from Zhu Da-King from the People's Republic of China, then Barbara Aigner, the younger sister of Veronica, in 3rd. So our start referee, Sawana Hiroshi of Japan. And 1 minute call. And the Aigner sisters and their guides in the bottom just having a chat. And a concerning look at Zhu Da-King from the People's Republic of China. Bib number 13 is Sarah Choi from Korea and her guide Kim Yu-seong. And what a story this is. 4 years ago, Sarah Choi was one of the Paralympic flag bearers at the opening ceremony of the Pyeongchang Paralympic Winter Games. And now she finds herself an athlete and just having a little bit of difficulty on those very steep opening turns, and her guide just getting a little bit far in front of her.
Yeah, she didn't look comfortable, did she, on those steeper turns, but you spotted it right. Good connection now between the pair. They can't afford to get any further apart. And really, yeah, I think that's what you're seeing now. The distance growing and the athlete moving back ever so slightly from the middle point of balance back towards the tails of the skis and not getting proper purchase under that outside ski as a result. They've closed it up again, and yeah, better skiing here and less time being bled away as we watch Troy approach the second split time.
9 seconds off the pace as she comes to this double left ski turn and the steep finishing section.
Saving the best turns to last here, I would say. Very strong closing turns from Troy.
Tucks for the line and crosses the line. 106.71, 11th position. And Troy goes down in the finish area. It is okay. Donnell Umstead of the United States of America and her husband Rob out of the start hut with bib number 14. And, well, her husband has been her guide since 2008.
Yeah, very experienced pairing here. Very good connection between Rob and Donnell through the early part of the flat section. They can afford to let the skis run now a little. They've negotiated the difficult turns up the top solidly, and now really just that's yeah, Donnell right on the money in terms of the line through these turns, quite very close to these gates, clipping one or two of them. Oh, gets pushed a little wide, and speed bled away there on the long left footer into the final turns here though.
Umstead, a couple of gates from home, tucks for the line, and she is across in 1:15.62. Now Umstead into 12th place. Linda Le Bon of Belgium with bib number 15, and her guide Ula Gillot, the 57-year-old from Belgium, who was a World Championship silver medalist in January of this year in the speed events. Finds herself 10 seconds off the pace of Veronica Aigner at the second split.
Heading on to the final pitch, she went very wide on the double. She's got the good line back. Her guide's clipping the gates. That's not ideal.
And across into 12th position for Le Bon. 14.48 off the pace. So the women's giant slalom vision impaired run 1 has come to its conclusion with Linda Le Bon. And the standings of the women's giant slalom vision impaired after run 1 looked like this. Veronica Aigner of Austria and her sister Elizabeth are our leaders, from Xu Da King from the People's Republic of China. Then younger sister Barbara Aigner in 3rd and Elena Stary in 4th. The big story is that the defending champion Henrietta Farkasova was a non-finisher in the first run. The women's giant slalom standing race, and there are 22 competitors from 15 national Paralympic committees at the top of the hill, and the defending champion and reigning world champion Marie Boucher goes at bib number 21. The silver medalist from 2018 and the bronze medalist from the World Championships, Molly Jepsen, has bib number 17, and it is Ebba Arsho of Sweden who gets this women's giant slalom standing race underway. Bib number 16.
Very quick top turns from our Swedish skier here. Cutting right in on the gates, just brushing them. Athletes don't want to really clatter them because of the pace they're carrying. It really disturbs the balance if you hit the giant slalom panels too hard. And a very competitive run, I would say, here. And really digging deep on these closing turns.
And to drive herself forward to keep balance, and 56.14 is the time from Ebba Arsho. Yeah, she got some big hits, didn't she, on her arms. Molly Jepsen of Canada with bib number 17 is out of the start height. Won 4 medals in 2018, a bronze in giant slalom, and at the first split, she's just over a second off the pace of our leader, Arsho, Sweden.
Very clean turns by Jeppsson through the middle section, very quick on and off the edges. If she keeps that up, she should be able to stay in touch with her Swedish leader.
1.65 now, the deficit for Jeppsson. Can she find time on this steep pitch coming into the finish?
Yeah, it's the last chance where it's a little steeper. She's got to try to get in the tuck early. There she goes.
Good work. And she consolidates the time loss. 1 3/4 seconds off the pace for Jeppsson at the midpoint of the giant slalom run. Anna-Maria Reider of Germany, 3rd in the World Championships in super combined and slalom, but giant slalom, well, we'll see how she goes. A different sort of beast. And at the first split, she finds herself a couple of seconds off the pace.
Yes, the turns of giant slalom are not as fast, obviously, as super G or downhill, but nonetheless very demanding, both in terms of the physicality involved in trying to roll the pressure on strongly and quickly up high in the turn, and hold it all the way around the curve, and then that all-important switch from one foot to another. There's good skills demonstrated here by Reider. She comes onto the final pitch. Oh, gets bounced wide in the double, though. That'll be costly.
That's going to be a key turn. Seems to be juddery already. 56.14. She's outside that. So just over 4 3/4 seconds. Andrea Rothfuss of Germany, the next to challenge the bronze medalist from Pyeongchang in 2018. She's been on the podium at every Paralympic Winter Games since 2006, but hasn't been on the podium in Beijing.
Andy Rothfuss knows she has to use every bit of strength, every bit of power that she has in those legs of hers. She doesn't get any help from the factor. Gets pushed wide on the red gate, but follows the double, however.
Tucks for the line and is in touch. 3.14 off the pace. Work to do for Rothfuss. Michaela Goslin of Canada, the next to go. And Goslin, 21 years of age, is on track and has a little bit of time to find after the first section.
Nobody getting that top section totally clean so far as I can tell. Goslin now through the middle part of the course, just has to watch on her less strong side. She doesn't get twisted round in the transition as she unloads one ski and tries to load the next one up. It's important the forces that the ski has generated in the previous turn, twisting the skier out of balance.
Through the double gate on that left ski into this final pitch, and Goslin will stop the clock. Just over a minute, 5.17 off the pace for the Canadian. Marie Boucher of France, the next to go, an 8-time Paralympic champion. 4 gold medals in 2018 in downhill Super G, giant slalom and slalom, but no gold medals as yet in Beijing.
Comes into view with time to find. Marie Boucher, another skier, without any help from the factor. So that leg strength she has must be used to maximal effect.
Looking for a hat-trick of giant slalom crowns, but she's got some work to do if she is to achieve that. 56.14 is Arsho's time. Boucher, 3.66 off the pace. Slides into 4th for the time being. Alana Ramsey of Canada, the next to go, bib number 22. Ramsey, 27 years of age. 4 times on the Paralympic podium, and a little stumble as she comes to the first split time, but gets her composure back pretty quickly.
Cutting a little too direct of a line on those first turns. Had to open the body position up and disturb her balance a little. She's got the flow and got good glide going on here. Oh, just as I say that, she has to put them sideways to make a little adjustment.
Ramsey into the finishing pitch, 56.14. She's outside it, and outside it by 4.64 seconds. Ali Johnson of the United States of America, 27 years of age, in her first Paralympic Winter Games, and on track through those steep opening turns with a philosophy of feel the fear and do it anyway. Johnson is doing it here in Beijing.
Yeah, it's important, very important in a young athlete's career to get early experience at these big events. There's the Paralympic Winter Games. They're really different to any other experiences these athletes encounter in their careers. So Johnson doing well. Good showing for Team USA. She's looking a bit tired, not able to get the ski unloaded and then quickly move the body over to get on top of the next ski. Does a good job there into the red gate. That was an important one. She can let it run straight here to the line, though.
56.14 Johnson, 8th position for the time being. Bib number 24 is Ray Anderson of Australia in her first Paralympic Winter Games. She threw the javelin for Australia in the Paralympic Summer Games in Rio. Started skiing after the World Championships, the Para-Athletic World Championships in 2017. So a very different beast.
Yeah, for sure. Track and field to the icy, difficult piece. It's not so icy today here, as I have to say. The ice river isn't quite as fierce as it's been in the previous few days, but the big challenge now is the roughness of the course. You can hear the skis chattering as they slide and get bounced around across this final pitch.
Anderson into 8th place for the time being, 10.36 off the pace. A good debut run at the Paralympic Winter Games. Guo Xiaxin from the People's Republic of China, the 23-year-old, the first of the home athletes to challenge in this women's giant slalom standing race. And 4.86 off the pace at the first split.
Keeps it steady through this middle part. Weight just a little bit back, so she's not developing enough direction in the turn to be able to carry the momentum around, and having to drift the skis a bit as a consequence to get her direction. Effective, but it's not the quickest way around the gates.
Whoa, 9th place, 10.38 off the pace. Evarasho, our current leader. Zhang Rengyu from the People's Republic of China, next on track, 20 years of age and a real medal hopeful for the home nation. And through those opening 6 turns, a little bit of skid on the turn, but now she's into the rhythm of the course.
Yeah, those are definitely the money turns, the opening 6 to 8 turns. The gates are very close together, but still a lot of swing and a very good pace coming off the pitch. And a green light there, but I fear that advantage will have gone. That was a big mistake just as she passed the split time point.
Just getting too hot on the gate and having to cover a lot of ground. Now, 40.77 is the next split time. Has that mistake cost her on the clock? And the answer is it has. But that is gettable for Zhang in these closing turns, but she's going to have to ski this steep pitch really well.
Yeah, it's all about the exit from this turn and the entry point to where she manages to start running the skis straight. Here she goes.
And she's inside by 0.07 of a second. Well, she gets away with a very big mistake to lead this women's giant slalom standing race. Petra Smazova of Slovakia, bib number 31. And Smazova, 31 years of age, is in her 5th Paralympic Winter Games.
Good middle section here. Again, an athlete with no help from the factor, so she has to keep the turns clean, and we saw the skis bouncing just 20-30 centimeters wide of the ideal line in the double.
102.81 goes into 9th place. Smazova. Shani Vespi of Israel, the next to go. The first para-alpine skier from Israel to be at the World Championships. And as you might see, she is skiing in a skirt, and that is to adhere to the religious dress code of Hasidic Judaism. And at the first split, 9.46 off the pace, and just comes back to make that red gate.
I have to say, this hill it's brutal for the LW2s, the guys and girls who ski just on one leg. So many of the turns, so many of the key turns are long sweeping turns where you must carry the momentum, carry the speed from one section to another, and doing that on one leg, it really is a major challenge. Now, particularly the double gate that she's going to come to in another couple of turns. It's on her less strong side. She's got to stand there on her little toe, if you like. Gets dropped down, but doing a pretty good job nonetheless there. Gets high up for the red, so should be able to bring it home safe down this difficult final pitch.
Good work from Vespi, who will be back for the second run. 1:18.87 for the skier from Israel. Hondo Ami from Japan, the 25-year-old, bib number 29. Has represented Japan in rugby sevens as well, and is 5.43 off the pace. And she comes into this final pitch and stops the clock. 1:03.58 into 10th place for Hondo Ami.
I think she'll take that. With a bit of luck, she could try to strike for the podium come the second run from 10th.
Kamiyama Noriko of Japan, 49 years of age, and she's making her Paralympic Winter Games debut and finds herself 5.84 off the pace at the first split.
Just has to settle things down here, try to find a little more direction. It will sound counterproductive to be saying that she should go a bit rounder, but going around her line would allow her to carry more ground speed and therefore get to the bottom in a quicker time. She's going a little too direct and having to drift the skis sideways as she comes to the gate. There's a good example there. Don't want to be too critical. 10.46 at the second split for her category. Yeah, her classification, that's not too bad right now.
Kamiyama into the final few turns of run one. Zhang's time has come and gone, but Kamiyama on her debut at the Paralympic Winter Games. Achieves the first goal, which is making run 2. Good work from the Japan athlete. Lucia Smetisko from Croatia, 17 years of age, making her Paralympic Winter Games debut. Also a chess player who has played chess at European level.
Different tactical approach required in this particular activity. And I have to say, tactically, this young lady, Smetisko, she's doing a good job through these turns here, keeping the pace, keeping the momentum going down the final pitch.
And she will stop the clock at 1:07.34, slides into 13th place for the time being. Eva Maria Jochel of Austria on track, the 26-year-old in her first Paralympic Winter Games. Has also competed in parasailing, and she is down. Disappointment for Jochel, and she continues to slide all the way down, and that just shows you how steep this section of the track is.
Yeah, and this is really the part we're calling the middle flats. None of it's flat, obviously. It's quite a challenging hill. It never really stays consistent. It's either falling a little to the left or a little to the right, or the actual gradient, the pitch of the snow is the slope is changing as the skiers go. So that makes it extra challenging to be able to maintain balance over the ski. Never mind actually put power down onto the ski to find more speed around each and every one of these turns. So a very difficult in a one simple word, it's a difficult hill, this.
Current standings in the women's giant slalom standing race. Zhang from the People's Republic of China leads just from Arsho of Sweden, with Jepsen of Canada in third, and then nearly 1.5 seconds between Jepsen and Rothfuss in fourth. Some last-minute instruction from the coach to Wang Ki-yun. Bib number 33, Wang Qingyun of the People's Republic of China, with bib number 23. And away she goes on these opening turns as the cloud starts to come in once again. And it makes life difficult for the racers, not only because of the light, but also they can't see the bumps or the ruts that are appearing in the snow.
Yeah, the definition goes when the light turns a little grey, as it has done. Not so bad lower down, and as we watch Wang come out onto this middle section of the course, the snow seems to be holding up well. And the Chinese skier making the most of it here. She was a little cautious with that poor visibility up on the top section, I think, and that's where we've seen the majority of the deficit has been added to her time.
Here comes this second split now, and 13.31 behind her compatriot Zhang at split 2. Needs to set herself up into this finishing pitch. Spends quite a lot of time on that left ski. And 56.07 has come and gone, but Wang will be back for run 2, and she stops the clock 1:14.43. Laura Valianu of Romania, bib number 34. Valianu was the first athlete in any sport to represent Romania at the Winter Paralympic Games when she participated in Vancouver in 2010. Raced again in Sochi in 2014, but didn't go to Pyeongchang. It's the best result of 5th in slalom.
Yeah, back from an extended study break, Laura Valianu, and that experience, you know, we've talked earlier today about some of the youngsters. Certainly Valianu not showing any nerves. Maybe a little race rusty, I would say, though. Big line error on the double gate. She went a lot wider than she really needed to just at the top of the pitch.
Down 1:15.25. Slides into 17th place. '16-year-old Vanessa Gaskova of Slovakia with bib number 35. First major tournament for the skier who started the sport 8 years ago when she was aged 8.
Good work coming off the pitch. Now she finds a nice straight line through the early part of the flatter section. Maybe challenging our leader. Let's get a check on our time here, though.
28.52 at the first split for Gaskova.
Just needs to keep working here, try to get as much pressure up towards the front of the ski early on in the turn, make it arc into the gate.
.51.51 at the second time split. Now, can she get this left-footed turn right? Not bad at all from Gaskova into these final turns on the finishing pitch. Yang's time 56.07. That's come and gone, but Gaskova 14th place for the time being in run 1 of the women's giant slalom. Bib number 36 from Bosnia-Herzegovina is Ilma Kacic, the 23-year-old in her 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. Was 15th in the giant slalom 4 years ago, but broke her shoulder back in November of last year in a training accident. So a quick recovery for Kacic, who's the only female athlete from Bosnia-Herzegovina here in Beijing.
Keeps the rhythm going through this middle part. Just come on leaps and bounds over the last couple of years. And yeah, this is for Lina. This is a strong giant slalom performance. She's not the strongest leg-wise due to her condition, but that's a really solid GS run for a relative youngster at this Games.
Kacic
should be pleased with that one. Yeah, a little smart.
Claudia Hernandez from Chile, bib number 37, the 29-year-old. Took up the sport in 2019, the only female Paralympian from Chile here at Beijing 2022. And Hernandez at the first split, 11 seconds off the pace in the LW2 class. Getting encouragement from the sidelines as she makes her way down through these alternating red and blue gates.
The last of her skiers, now they're LW2. Just has to be certain that she doesn't lose the line. Gets a little low on that blue gate. Makes a bit of an adjustment on the red. It's a drift that brings her back to a decent line. Going to cost her a bit of time, but the main thing is she's staying upright and staying on the course. Onto this red. This is an important one. This following blue, she's nailed that, so she should get home safe from here.
56.
Stay concentrated to the line.
56.07 the time of Zhang. And Hernandez down 21st place after the first run. She'll be back for run 2. So confirmation of the standings after the first run of the women's giant slalom race. Zhang Mengyu of the People's Republic of China leads the way from Ebba Arsho of Sweden. And Molly Jepsen of Canada is in third as 21 of the 22 racers get to the bottom of run 1. Just Jochel of Austria, the non-finisher. Women's giant slalom sitting race, first run start list, and 13 competitors at the top of the hill. And Muruoka Momoka, the defending Paralympic giant slalom champion, gets us underway. While none of the other medalists from 4 years ago are here. The World Championship silver medalist Katie Kumbaluzier goes at number 44, while the world bronze medalist Shona Brownlee is bib number 45. People's Republic of China have Liu Sitong going at 39 and Zhang Wenjing at 43, with Han Xiaxia at 48.
Quick tidy up on the course here before our sit skiers get underway. It's going to be important to get that soft snow at the edge of the ideal line well clear, because sit skiers have very limited capacity to get back on the line if they do get bounced wide, and this is going to be a challenging course. It's going to run very fast for our sit skiers, so they really have to be right on their A game to be able to hang in here in this course. This is going to be an exciting one.
Muruoka Momoka of Japan with bib number 38 will get us underway. The defending Paralympic giant slalom champion from Pyeongchang in 2018. And a chance to look at these opening 6 very steep turns that will set the rhythm for the rest of the track. And Muruoka has negotiated them pretty well.
Yeah, she's doing her best to send the ski down the fall line, or as close to the fall line as she dares. It's very hard to get enough direction to get across the hill far enough and carry speed. Muruoka there on the red just got dropped a little low. These are better turns though as she comes onto the flatter part.
Good opening turns from Muruoka, who looks to try and put down a marker for the remaining athletes at the top. And the captain of the Japan team here in Beijing has been on excellent form so far.
Smooth and strong execution past the second split into the double here, sets herself up well. She's got to chop onto this next red. Well, that's pretty well perfect, I would say, coming onto the pitch. Look at the pace she carries as she heads for the line.
Muruoka will stop the clock, 101.76. And now it's a waiting game to see how that stacks up. Bib number 39, Liu Sitong from the People's Republic of China. She was the only para-alpine skier for China in Pyeongchang. She's got a number of teammates this time around.
Looks comfortable on these middle turns. Really confident swinging the rig from one side to the other.
And she has the green light by just over 1.5 seconds. So strong opening turns from Liu Sitong through the double gate onto the finishing pitch. 101.76, Muruoka's time, and Liu inside by just over a second. Barbara van Bergen of the Netherlands with bib number 40 on track, the 43-year-old who was a wheelchair basketball athlete at the Paralympic Summer Games in 2008 in Beijing. Well, she's back here 14 years later as a sit skier and just showing some respect to those opening steep turns.
Yeah, a little too much respect on gates 3, 4 and 5. She got pushed a little bit too wide as a result. She's got better pace and better rhythm in these turns though, and not too much damage done.
6,400's the wrong side of the clock. If she can now pick the pace up, that's easily gettable for Van Bergen.
Smooth turns through the middle parts. Just exactly what she needs to do here.
Second time split, 44.77. And Van Bergen still within a second of our leader, Liu Sitong.
There's maybe a tenth or two to be had if she can get high out of this double and now chop down aggressively onto the red. Maybe just missed it a little, but this is a decent finish section. Last few gates look strong.
1:72 and is outside by 1.43, goes into third place. Annalena Forster from Germany in the startup, bib number 41, the 26-year-old, a three-time Paralympic champion.
Forster taking some risks on the top section. She knows she's got to find maximum pace for the middle part. Just a microsecond there, touches down, didn't really lose the line, but I think she probably lost a little bit of the drive into the following right foot turn, and I think that's what's reflected there on the split.
That was a fantastic recovery from Forster, who had the rig on the snow. Can she get to work on these middle turns to eat into that deficit of 1.75 seconds that she has on Liu Sitong, our leader? 44.7, and it has grown now to 2.69.
It's still respectable despite that mistake. I would say she's in touch here and she's skiing confidently. Let's see if she can chop this red off. Goes for it, gets pretty good grip in the top of the turn and running quickly now towards the line.
How close can she get to Liu? And the answer is 3.45 off the pace, and she slides into fourth place. And a shake of the head from Forster. Tanaka Yoshiko from Japan with bib number 42, 46 years of age in her fourth Paralympic Winter Games. Debuted in 2006, but missed out in Pyeongchang. And she is out, and that is a big fall on the steep section. And well, let's hope she is okay as she clatters into the B netting, and the course workers try to get to it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, she went into the nets very heavy there. She didn't look very confident coming out of the start gate, and here on the second turn, she just didn't find the entry point of the turn, didn't load the ski up effectively, and a very clear indication, a quick reminder for us all of just how steep and how difficult this opening, the opening 100 meters or so of this giant slalom course is. You really have to attack right from the get-go. There's you have to put your fears to the side and go as hard as you can into those gates and just hang on till you get back down onto the flat, then catch your breath from there. Let's hope she's okay. I'm sure we'll get a little check on our screens, but right now the race is on hold until we get her at the nets. Her teammates watching on anxiously from the finish area. Difficult hill this, as I've said already, for giant slalom skiing, particularly with this slightly reduced visibility. It's very choppy underfoot, And the snowpack, not so icy as it's been, but as we're seeing as the race goes on, the ruts and bumps are beginning to come into the course and creating ever greater challenges for our athletes as the morning wears on.
Harada Narika from Japan waiting on, and the medical staff are with Tanaka Yoshiko.
Well, she's upright on the rig, so that's the first important thing. If there was any real concerns, they'd be asking her to stay still until they could do a bit more of an assessment. So let's hope that that's a good sign, and that she can make her way down to the bottom under her own steam, as it were.
Yeah, concern in all parts of the course for Tanaka Yoshiko, who is out of the nets and coming down under her own steam. So that is just what we wanted to see. And the athlete from Japan is seemingly okay. So relief to see Tanaka on her rig by herself, and the race will get back underway shortly. And indeed, there is the wand, and it's Zhang Wenjing in the hut now. Zhang Wenjing from the People's Republic of China, bib number 43. The 19-year-old in her first Paralympic Winter Games, and she is all-out attack on these opening turns. This is quick.
I have to say, the Chinese skiers, you know, definitely using a local snow advantage, you could call it, they're putting that to good use. Confidence is everything on a day like this, and particularly in this discipline, and a course like we have here, which is very steep right from the get-go.
0.38 off the pace of Liu Sitong, who is the leader, and her teammate. And Zhang doing some excellent turns in the middle of this track. Can she eat into the deficit of 0.38?
Well, certainly looks to be keeping herself very much in touch. One or two turns where she went just a little straighter than perhaps she ought to have, but very quick adjustments with the rig to get back on an ideal line. Sometimes gone, but and that was a serious mistake. A great recovery, though, I have to say.
She didn't come to a complete stop, so allowed to continue, but that would have really hurt her chances, and it's sort of thrown her concentration a little bit as she goes really wide on the double gate entry into the finishing pitch, and gets the line wrong into that red gate. Stops the clock at 1:05.21. Well, she'll be back for run two, but it was a very close run thing.
Yeah, a case of what could have been, really, wasn't it? It was a strong, strong top section.
Bib 44, Katie Combeluzier of Canada, the 28-year-old. In her first Paralympic Winter Games, a silver medalist at the World Championships in this discipline of giant slalom in Lillehammer of January this year. And just taking a rather rounded line on these opening gates.
Yeah, giving the course a lot of respect up there on the top section. She knows that she can only afford a certain amount of risk-taking on those difficult opening gates. She can afford to let it roll and let the ski run a little more here, though, through the middle part.
5 seconds off the pace at the first split time. Combeluzier now has to get to work in this middle section.
Yeah, can't really, if she wants to stay competitive, she can't really afford to let too much more time slip by. This is good, though. Got a nice, smooth and clean execution, rolling from from edge to edge on that single ski, and yet not too much more time added to the gap.
Much smoother. A couple of turns at the top was almost like 2 or 3 turns in one sort of longer turn, and that leads time away. But these are better turns, and Combeluzier now a couple of gates from home. We'll stop the clock at 1:11:57. Sixth place for the Canadian. Shona Brownlee of Great Britain, the next to go, bib number 45. First Paralympic Winter Games for Brownlee, who was third in giant slalom at the World Championships in Lillehammer back in January of this year.
Real confident stuff. Oh, just as I say that, Brownlee gets bounced sideways. I was going to say really confident opening turns by Shona Brownlee, but a mistake. 2 blue gates earlier has taken a bit of the momentum out of her turn. She's put it behind her though and looking focused now as she comes to the top of the flatter part of the course.
Mistake just costing her a bit of time. 4.67 off the pace of Liu Sitong, our current leader in the women's giant slalom sitting race.
Just to stay consistent and solid down through these middle turns. Limit the damage, no more big mistakes, keep it clean. That would be the order of the day from here to the finish, I suggest.
Brownlee, good work as she comes towards the finish. The name of the game is to be in the race in the second run.
Yeah, solid closing few turns here by Shona Brownlee.
And Brownlee will stop the clock at 1:14.2, goes into 7th place. Zhang Haiyun from the People's Republic of China, bib number 46, 44 years of age. And it's right on the edge. I was going to say, she won gold in the long jump in the T42 class in Athens in 2004.
Wow. Yeah, as we've said, the Chinese Paralympic Association doing a massive talent screening exercise, and certainly this lady has got she's got good physical skills, obviously, from her Summer Games heritage, but great skiing here through the middle part as well. She had a couple of really scary moments there. The ski drifting sideways, very flat edge angle, not allowing her to get proper grip up on the steeper section. Looks a lot more comfortable here on the less daunting middle part. It's going to get steep again just in another 50 meters or so, though, so she really needs to go to work on these remaining turns.
Has to get it sideways before setting up for this double gate, and is pushed wide. Zhang Haiyun trying to chase down her teammate Liu Sitong, and it was an eventful run, and she's down 1:06.62. 6th place for Zhang Haiyun. Harada Norika of Japan, the next to go, 39 years of age. First Paralympic Winter Games for her after taking up the sport 9 years ago. And making sure on these very steep top turns. And she's down. As I say, that just loses the edge. And she will slide a long way down this pitch.
Yeah, I think possibly her confidence dented a little by the early exit of her teammate Tanaka, who went down on more or less the same gate. Let's hope she can come to a halt safely here. Trying to slow herself down with the riggers, but looks to be okay from here. And oops, she's onto a slightly steeper part again.
Yeah, she needs to try and come to a stop if she can, but now she's on the racing line and she's just going to accelerate down through here. Really steep. She's gone an awfully long way down this track, and that is going to hurt as well, and she finally comes to a stop. And she's okay. She's getting herself up under her own steam. That's good to see, but oh, she travelled a mighty long way. So another hole for the athletes at the top of the hill.
The three remaining athletes really having their confidence and concentration challenged by the crashes. Looks like we're almost underway again, though.
In the start hut, number 48, Han Xia on her birthday. The 32-year-old started in the sport in 2017, her first Paralympic Winter Games. What a way to crown your birthday, to make your Paralympic Winter Games debut.
Yeah, it's a great part of the story. She looked a little tentative, a little uncertain. As we said, you know, all these crashes, it shakes everybody's confidence, no matter how much race experience you have. But she's settled nicely and carving pretty cleanly through the middle part.
First split time for Yu Sitong was 25.02, and she was 3.39 off the pace there. Now just getting into some rhythm of this track in the middle part. Next split 44.77, and Han will stop the clock at 51.29.
Keeps the work rate up. Here comes this all-important double. Swings out as high as she can to her left, and then chops in best she can on that red gate. Onto the final pitch. One more proper turn to go, and then it's straight to the line.
109.88, 7th place for Han Xia of the People's Republic of China. Sarah Hunde of Liechtenstein, the 30-year-old who is the only athlete from Liechtenstein here at Beijing 2022. And she is getting pushed very wide and late in the line, and she is going to struggle to make that red gate, but she has just made it.
Yeah, that's the dilemma. If you take too cautious, too conservative a line, then the hill really works against you. But Hundert has negotiated the trickiest turns safely. So good on her. Now she can afford to try to find some confidence now that she's got those ones out of the way, and try to bring the line the line she's following a little closer to the inside flag of the turning gate. But for somebody in their first games on such a challenging course, you know, you can't really fault the various tactical approaches, if you like. A cautious approach should, in theory, get her safely to the line. So let's watch this one closely. She comes through the middle part of the course in front of our cameras, riding this one solidly and safely.
An international mountain biker before her accident. It's different mode of transport, and she's doing well as she finds her way through this middle part of the track.
Now she just needs to take confidence from these steady turns as she comes towards the steeper part, but just before she crosses the second split time checkpoint, she goes down on her side. No, she's not going to get back from this one.
Oh, and the DNF, now she needs to they need to try and stop her, otherwise she's going to go all the way down into the finish area. And she will end up right at the bottom in the finishing area if she doesn't hit those pads on the way past. She just clips the pads, but it's not enough to stop her. And she will go all the way to the bottom. Unfortunately, just misses the padding. That was a little fortunate to slot through that gap. But let's hope she's okay.
She looks to be okay. That certainly wasn't in the game plan. And things were going pretty steadily until then. But once again, when the sit skiers go down on their side, there's really not much control to be had at all. So again, fingers crossed she's okay in the finish area. Looks like it was a long slide, but no tumbles or any part of the fall that looked like it might cause major problems. But ultimately she's out of the competition, so she won't be coming back later today for the second run.
Now the team at the bottom just coming across to see Sarah Hundert and help her back up onto her monoski. Just one athlete remaining at the top, Marilla of Finland. She's had a bit of waiting to do today, but that's what we want to see, and that is Hundert making her way out of the finish area by herself.
That's exactly what we wanted to see.
Good spirits. That was a wild ride, said the medic, to which she replies, yes. Not sure if you caught that on the mic, but obviously okay to respond to that. Marilla of Finland with bib number 50, the last to go in this women's giant slalom sitting race, 42 years of age in her first Paralympic Winter Games.
Good job on the top section. That delay due to the fall of the earlier skier not affecting her confidence or her concentration too badly. A little skip and a jump in that red gate, so she held on to that really well. I thought she was going to go down as well, but now out onto slightly more open and inviting series of turns through the middle part of this course.
The first time split with a little bit of work to do, 7 seconds off the pace. Now these are good turns from the skier from Finland.
A little adjustment needed there, but keeps it going, gets the turn shape set up again. It's so important with just a single ski. It's so important to keep the swing, the sweeping swing from side to side going, so that the ski can actually load properly and get some carving action going. Even though it's a slightly cautious approach, the rhythm is good here, so technical execution is fine. Into the double here, a long way to cut across to the following red, and then it's onto this, back onto the fall line, onto that direct line down the hill on this very steep closing section. She looks to have this well under control.
Last gates but one, and she is back for the second run. 10th place for Marilla of Finland, 1:23.25. She'll be back for run two. She'll get it underway, in fact, as the starting order is reversed. So the standings after the first run at the women's giant slalom sitting race. Liu Sitong from the People's Republic of China leads the way from Murooka Momoka of Japan and Barbara van Bergen of the Netherlands in third. 10 of the 13 racers at the top of the hill in run one are back for run two.
Second place, Momoka from Japan, and third place, representing Netherlands, Barbara van Bergen.
So a fascinating first run in the women's giant slalom races at the Yansing National Alpine Skiing Centre. And run 2 later on day 7, when the athletes will go in the reverse order of their finishing order in run 1. So the slowest racer will go first, with the quickest racer the last out the gate in the respective races. And that will really ramp up the excitement as we decide where the gold medals go here on day 7.
kill it today, huh? Oh, but not bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in the Beijing Alpine Skiing Center for the Beijing Paralympic 2022 Winter Games. So this afternoon we will watch the second round for the women's giant slalom in the 3 categories. Remember, visually impaired, sitting and standing. Not the good order, but it's standing and at the end sitting. Stay with us, action begins at 12 o'clock.
女士们、先生们，欢迎来到延庆国家高山滑雪中心，观看北京冬残奥会高山滑雪项目的比赛。接下来即将进行的是女子大回转第2轮的比赛，其中视障组的比赛将在12点开始，随后是站姿组和坐姿组的比赛。
下一轮比赛过程当中，我们看到天气已经慢慢开始变得有点凉了，虽然到了下午，但太阳依旧没有出来，所以一定要做好防寒保暖的措施。我真是迫不及待的想看到你们，所以出来先跟你们见面，都忘了穿衣服了。大家这手上是不是已经拿到了我们这个发给你们的小旗子了？让我看看你们的小旗子在哪里？哦，太棒了！那么作为现场观众，我们也是比赛的非常重要的一部分。给运动员加油，就变成了我们展现我们激情和魅力的一部分了。那么，让我们一起看看有没有默契。我来教一段音乐，我们一起跟随着节奏来练习一下，好不好？好的，太棒了。那么就有请到我们的 DJ 20 Lucas。我们现在看到大屏幕上已经是我们的Tony 老师，他今天是负责礼貌，他负责给我们报音乐。那么如此劲爆的节奏，舞动起来吧 ，Dance！ 有节奏的挥动你们的手，很好，左右左右，走了，右左右，很好。如果你手上有2个小旗子的话，也可以把它举起来，像这样。如果你的脚下还有空间的话，转一圈。非常棒。哇！感谢我们中国的观众朋友们的热情。今天我们看到我身后的这个旁边的区域也会有我们很多其他的国家的官员啊，还有参赛选手一起来跟我们比赛。所以我们所有的球迷可以一起
北京冬奥会和冬残奥会延庆赛区生态保护优先。动工之前，优青笔树全面普查。原地避让，让大树原地生长。就地保护，国家2级保护植物北京水牢亘成片绽放。就地保护，1万余株珍稀灌草赛区旁安家。就地保护，2万余株赛区乔木异地成林。精心安置赛区美株植物，引种繁育，珍稀植物回归赛区。绿色冬奥生态赛区，为树木留住乡愁，为生物多样性留住空间。
Hi everyone, I'm so glad to welcome you again here in the Yanqing district for the Paralympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. This afternoon we're about to watch the second run of the women's Grand Slalom in 3 categories: vision impaired, standing and sitting. My name is Thomas, I'll be your announcer for the second run, and I'm with Sai. How are you today?
I'm okay, Thomas. Hello， 大家下午好，我是今天的中文播报和解说员蔡子涵。在我身边的这位呢是 Thomas， 他是来自法国的一名高山滑雪运动员。那么今天他将为我们带来非常精彩的解说。So Thomas, what do you know about the Yanqing National Alpine Skiing?
So one thing that I know, it's a very new, venue. It has been built in 2018, if I remember good. So only 6 years ago. It's a totally new field for all the athletes. And I know also that in China you called this venue with another name.
Yeah.
If I remember good, it should be it.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell us more about this thing?
Okay. In Chinese, the swallow is the symbol of spring and the happiness. So this name is also the warm wishes to all the athletes and spectators.
Nice, cool.
所以关于这座美丽的场馆雪飞燕，您了解有多少呢？那么接下来就让我们通过短片来了解一下。
国家高山滑雪中心是北京2022年冬奥会冬残奥会延庆赛区的竞赛场馆。竞赛项目包括滑降、超级大回转、大回转、回转、超级旋转、集散广场、结束区、中间回转、山顶出发区等主要观览区散落在崇山峻岭之间。山顶出发区的海拔高达2179米，造型独特，犹如一只迷你与飞的鹰。依托海螺山天然地形优势，创造出多种差异类型赛道，确立了在世界高山滑雪赛道中的地位，也为运动员和观众带来难忘的比赛和观赛体验。将科技赋予奥运，造血技术成赛道运实力的重中之重。为保障本届赛事期间雪道质量，所有雪道均为人工造雪，匠心打造竞赛级雪道。从冰雪天地到城乡鲜花，从激情赛场到多彩生活。赛后，各东门区将转化为中国国家备雪练基地及高山滑雪山地运动中心。带动3亿人参与冰雪运动，助力冰雪运动普及，打造成为国家级山地4级运动的标志性场所，京津冀旅游全新一片。
What a wonderful thing. I hope that in the future we'll see some of both and Alpine skiing here in the Beijing Yanqing district. It was super good. So this afternoon, as we said, it's the women's dance in 3 categories. So technical event. On the second round, the order 3 wrestle and the first round with the result of the first round.
将进行的是女子大回的第2轮的比赛。那么在第2轮的比赛当中，出发顺序是根据第1轮成绩的排名来决定的。在刚才的比赛当中，排名第1位的选手这次将是最后一位出发，也就是第2轮的出发顺序是倒数出发。那么今天来到现场的还有一位非常特殊的嘉宾，就是大家非常喜欢的、爱的可爱的雪容融。好，我们一起来欢迎他，接下来把时间交给雪容融。
如果你也喜欢他的话，在我们的蓉蓉来到台上的时候，想要带给你们一个非常可爱的舞蹈，那么拿出你的手机，给他录下一个非常可爱、非常好看的视频，发到你们的社交媒体上吧。Hey, hello guys, our bus Roro is coming. 5 minutes to stop this second run. Women's Giant Slalom Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing and especially in the Alpine district.
The second session of the Para-Alpine skiing on day 7 of these Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. And the 3 runs in the women's giant slalom, vision impaired, followed by standing and then sitting to decide who will be crowned the giant slalom Paralympic champion in those 3 classes. And well, the tension is palpable at the top as the athletes have a penultimate shot at the top step of the Paralympic podium. And there'll be some nerves at the top for those that are in the medal hunt. And here are the weather conditions, still above freezing in terms of air temperature. And as you can see from the gates there, a little bit of a breeze still blowing on the Ice River course. Ron, the mascot for the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games. The women's giant slalom, vision impaired, second run at the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. So let's have a look at the start list, and 13 competitors from 10 national Paralympic committees at the top of the hill, and the start order is the reverse of their finishing times in the first run. So Danielle Umstead was 13th quickest in the first run. She'll go first. Veronika Eigner of Austria, the quickest, will go 13th and last. The defending Paralympic champion Henrietta Farkasova, not in the second run. She skied out in the first. Final moments then before they go.
And a quick look behind the scenes up at the start area, where all of the athletes in all 3 categories, visually impaired, standing and sitting, are making their final preparations. Anxious moments, but we've had a quick look at the course, and there's a very steady, nice, even rhythmical pattern of gates have been set by Tony McAllister, one of the USA ski team coaches, and hopefully that will help us ensure that we don't have too many people crashing out of the competition. One of the American athletes will be getting us underway with the first start position in just a moment or 2 from now.
As you can see from the camera angle there, a little bit misty on the Hai Tuo mountain for run 2, but plenty of visibility for the various gates that are set down this track. And the Ice River piste, as it is known as, just a little bit softer today, as Rob Umstead, Danielle's husband, just gives her the last couple of pointers. And you can see the wind just tugging on his jumper. There is the 30-second buzzer, so the 1 comes across.
Push hard now.
Danielle Umstead of the United States of America will get run 2 of the women's giant slalom, vision impaired, underway. And the alternating red and blue gates set by Tony McAllister, one of the coaches from the United States of America. And Umstead, with her husband Rob as her guide, picks her way down these gates.
Yeah, they've hit the sweet rhythm here straight away. The pairing, a very, very experienced couple here at in the women's visually impaired discipline, or division of the giant slalom discipline, choosing not to compete in the speed events, but focusing instead on the technical races. And so far, so good for Rob and Danielle Umstead, going very steadily here through this middle part of the course.
A couple of time checks through this second run. And you can hear the conversation between the pair.
Yeah, Rob chooses to give a really rhythmical call. He's trying to set the tempo, if you like, much as a band leader would do, just counting the gates down, more just with sounds and a little bit of extra information about, for instance, right here, where the double gate may lie, where the longer turns are, and a little bit about where the terrain steepens up, as it does here, coming into the finish arena. So
Umstead, a couple of gates from home. And she'll cross the line. 2:34.24 is the time for those at the top to beat. Linda Le Bon of Belgium with bib number 15 and her guide Ulle Gillot out on track. Le Bon, 57 years of age, already finds herself comfortably inside the time of Umstead, extending her advantage from the start hut at the first interval.
Just catching up with them on the final few gates.
And Le Bon inside comfortably, new leader, 2:18.63. Sora Choi of Korea and her guide Kim Yu-seong, bib number 13, 18 years of age. In her first Paralympic Winter Games, she was one of the flag bearers, the Paralympic flag. She carried it at the opening ceremony of her home Paralympics 4 years ago.
Solid midsection from the Koreans here, through the double and early onto the pitch. Gates are set a little more open, a little more inviting than we had in the first run, and that's allowing the Koreans to make good pace as they head towards the line.
Choi sets a new best time, 2:15.24. Naomi Evaristo and her guide Paula Elia Brenzel. Naomi Risto of Germany and her guide Paula Elia Brenzel. Their advantage over Sora Choi, our current leader in this women's giant slalom, vision impaired, 2.77 seconds.
Risto digging in hard here. They've gone out very aggressively. Ordinarily, they would have been chasing for the medal positions, but problems in the first run, seeing, I fear, their chances of a medal here dashed. So looking to make amends and lay down a confidence-building run here and showing that their best is yet to come.
Well, Risto still has the green light, but had a PCL, or tore her PCL, I should say, in her left knee in September of last year. So not a great deal of time to recover from that.
No, she's a really determined competitor, and seen her take quite a few major spills throughout her career. She tends to put them behind her very rapidly and get on with the job of getting back to the training hill as quickly as she can.
Finds a little bit more for the green light, and Risto doing a good job. 2:15.24 as she picks her way down through the last couple of gates, and Risto tucks for the line, and she's inside by 2.66 seconds. New best time, 2:12.58.
Close-up look of Risto on this long left foot turn, makes the switch across, and here as the terrain gets steeper, Ski's drifting a little at the tail of the turn and dropping her a bit low in the line.
Back at the top. And bib number 1, Millie Knight of Great Britain and her guy Brett Wild. Their advantage over our leader Risto of Germany. 0.59 of a second for Knight.
Solid top turns by Brett Wild to set a great line here for Millie Knight. Really delivering more aggressive, more confident looking turns and a much quicker line than we saw from her in the first run. They're carrying good pace out here onto the middle part of the course. Just have to be a little careful with the distance.
Still has the green light, in fact, has extended it. Knight 3 times on the Paralympic podium. Can she make it a 4th appearance in this women's giant slalom vision impaired race?
Yeah, good skiing here from the British couple. Heading now towards the steeper part of the course and the final split time.
And the green light is still there for Knight.
Yeah, they need to keep the work rate up. They seem to be fading ever so slightly here, and the tougher turns are yet to come.
You can hear Brett Wild really asking more from his athlete. 2:12.58. Knight tucks for the line. Has she done enough? She has by 1 1/4 seconds. A new best time, 2:11.33.
A little sideways in these slow-mo pictures. Millie Knight just not quite got the ideal line here, but lower down, managed to find the fall line, find that tuck position as she ran for the line. Full attack as she crosses the red line there to stop the clock.
Martina Vozza of Italy and her guide Lenia Sabeduzzi. Vozza is on track, trying to chase down the time of Millie Knight.
It's a wild ride at the top. Italians taking a lot of risks. We'll have to wait for the first split to see if it really pays off. These are clean turns, though, coming off the steep, and it's an important part where we've seen all through the competition today. The athletes must carry maximum speed from that steeper part out onto the middle flats.
Vozza, the 17-year-old, extends the advantage to nearly 7/10 and gets into that aerodynamic tuck position.
Grabs the tuck just for a microsecond. I would suggest, though, focusing on the line would be a better option through the middle part here. The gates are not quite far enough to justify getting right into a tuck position. Really need to keep the legs open and keep them moving. These are better turns here.
And the lead now, nearly 2 seconds. Excellent work from Vozza as she comes to the final pitch.
Gets steep here. She's got to reach forward, not get twisted too badly as she comes around these wider turns. Should be safe from here.
Has the rhythm of them now after asking a little bit of herself at the top. Good ski from Vozza. A new best time, 2:08.83.
Yeah, she looks pleased with that one. Let's have a quick look back at some slow-mos from higher up. Once, twice with the pressure there. She does well to recover the tail of the turn. Another turn rather, where she's running wide, but maximum fight, maximum commitment to battling her way back onto the racing line sees her recover both of those errors well.
Menna Fitzpatrick of Great Britain and her guide Gary Smith next out of the start hut. They have an advantage of 0.42 of a second over our leader Martina Vozza of Italy from the first run. And Fitzpatrick will know that that isn't a great deal of time, so needs to be on her game here.
Confident looking top few turns from Fitzpatrick. Good communication between she and Smith. Here comes the first check.
And the green light is there, but 0.26 now, down from 0.42.
Fitzpatrick a little static through this middle section, not quite got the drive that she had in some of the earlier turns. And let the clock be the final judge as to how well the skis are actually running through these flatter sections, though.
And 0.62 back up now. Her largest lead in this run so far as she comes to the final challenge.
A little bit wide on the double, but it's afforded her good space above the blue, and then now onto the steep. Very tight to the gates. This is a strong, strong closing few turns.
Fitzpatrick tucks for the line and leads by over a second, 2:07.67. Good work from Fitzpatrick and Smith.
Saved the best turns to the very bottom, set up well out of the double here. That gives her lots of space above this blue gate, and then on the last couple of turns on the steep section, she was able to point the skis right down the fall line and go for the line.
Wait for the camera.
Happy anniversary, Mum and Dad.
Melissa Perrin and her guide, Bobby Kelly, off on this second run of the women's giant slalom, vision impaired. And the Australian has 0.65 of an advantage over our current leader, Mena Fitzpatrick, from the first run.
Yeah, Melissa Perrin, a little static on the first couple of turns, but she's picked her game up here. Real dynamic skiing from the Australians as they close out those top few turns on the initial steep. And, well, to my eye, they're motoring here across the flats.
Up to a second now for Perrin in her 4th Paralympic Winter Games. 34 years of age, a bronze medalist in this discipline back in 2018.
The Australians really pushing here. Putting on our guide to keep it moving. They're getting very close together here.
And the advantage extends a little longer. Perrin in all sorts of trouble. She's running very late in the line. This will help her out, though.
Yeah, she manages to just find that extra space and time through the double. Needs to tidy things up here for the steep, though. She's dangerously close to the tails of the skis with her weight. Should be okay here, though.
2:07.67, and she leads by 0.66 of a second. Melissa Perrin goes into top spot for the time being.
I think the look on Mel's face there tells the whole story. There's more relief than anything else had been in the finish area. That was a real risky ride by the Australians. I have to say, after a short absence from the competitive circuit, Mel Perrin certainly not lost to any of her bravery there. Risky stuff down that final steep.
Alexandra Rexova and her guide Eva Chakakova of Slovakia with an advantage of 2.37 seconds over Melissa Perrin of Australia, our leader at this point in the second run of the women's giant slalom, vision impaired. Rexova just 16 years of age, looking to add to her medal haul at Beijing 2022.
Different style of skiing here, quick on and quick off the edges by Rexova.
And extends the lead to over 3.5 seconds. You can see the guy constantly checking over her shoulder to see where her charge is.
Rexova, she's a fiery little competitor, looking for speed, trying to get her ski poles under her arms.
And the advantage still over 3.5 seconds. Good skiing from Rexova.
There's the double. She carries good speed through here, gets the early line onto the steep. This is a strong finishing series of turns.
2:07.01 Pauline's time, and Rexova, oh yes, in nearly 5 seconds quicker. Great skiing. Rexova into provisional gold medal position.
Yeah, those closing turns really put a best part of a second in the bank there for Rexova, I would say. Really looked determined right from the start, diving into these early turns. Well, less than a ski length apart, the pair of them. Round the double here, and the next couple of turns is really where she turned it on.
The next athletes to go, it's Elena Stern from Austria.
Bib number 5 is Elena Stary of Austria, and her guide Celine Arthofer. And their advantage just under a second over our leader, Alexandra Rexova of Slovakia. Now Stary, just 15 years of age in her first Paralympic Winter Games, was 3rd in the giant slalom at the World Championships. Can she find her way onto a Paralympic Winter podium? Still has the advantage, but it's shrunk a little bit.
She's quick on and off the edge, just maybe a little more patience rolling into the turn to help develop the carve more progressively. We give her a bit more bite and a more secure direction through the turn. It's still fast, don't get me wrong.
And the clock likes what she's putting down here as the advantage goes to over a second through the double gates and almost gets caught on the inside.
Setting up well here, though, for the final pitch.
2:02.02, and Stary of Austria is inside, and inside by just over a second. Great skiing from the 15-year-old.
The Austrians have such a strong team here at the Winter Paralympic Games. Let's look closely at these turns. The youngster standing strong on the outside ski. You see the base of the ski, the angle, very, very steep indeed, and a full bend from tip to tail. Lovely turns down that lower pitch.
Current leaderboard in the women's giant slalom, vision impaired. Austria lead from Slovakia and Australia. The fastest 3 from the first run about to challenge. Barbara Eichner of Austria and her guide Clara Sikora out onto the track. 0.78 the advantage over Stary, our current leader. And Eichner, just 16 years of age. Her twin brother Johannes, already a couple of gold medals here in Beijing, but she's chasing down an even younger teammate in 15-year-old Stary, who leads the way.
Oh, she certainly put some great turns down. Oh, gets a little wide on the reds.
Advantage up to 0.92, and Sikora, the guide, just has to slow up a little bit to allow Eichner to catch up, but they've got back together.
Yeah, really good top section here. The whole of the run, apart from that one error just before the first split, really almost flawless, I would suggest.
1:44.07, and the advantage continues to grow. Her guide, Clara Sikora, her father won Olympic bronze medal in Nagano in slalom in 1998.
Good work on these lower turns. This is going to be a fast run to the finish.
2 minutes, 0.95, and she's inside by over a second. Barbara Eichner knows she has herself a medal because only 2 remain at the top of the hill. She's in provisional gold.
Yeah, they're delighted with that run, so they should be. Luke pushes it right to the limit. Really deep angles in these turns. Good grip on this very difficult surface.
And I think they've just realised that they've medalled. Zhu Da-King from the People's Republic of China and her guide Yan Han Han are out on track, looking to try and overtake Barbara Eigner of Austria, our current leader. And Zhu with a healthy 0.95 of a second advantage over Eigner from the first run.
Whoa, she's taking an incredibly tight line on these gates. It's real risky skiing from a B2 classified skier. They need to make sure they don't stretch the distance between guide and athlete too far.
Well, the green light has gone out to over a second now.
Jan just backing off a little through this middle part to let Zhu catch up with him, but there's still a full, well, a good 20, 22 meters apart, I would estimate, judging by the distance between the gates.
And the green light has halved to just over half a second. So this needs to be quick and clean from Zhu on these final turns.
Yeah, the gap's too far for Zhu to be able to be fully confident in what she's doing here, but she does have a lot in hand from that final split.
1:59.93. She's inside, but only just 8/100ths of a second. And China go into the lead, and Zhu Da-King with an excellent ski.
Precision there on the top parts of her turns, a little bit too direct and getting pushed below some of the turns, but good enough to put her in contention for a medal right now. Just a question of which color.
Veronika Eigner of Austria, bib number 12, with her older sister Elizabeth as her guide, has 3 seconds on the field from the first run, and she needs to be spot on this second run to ski into gold medal position. Her younger brother Johannes already has golds from this Paralympic Winter Games.
Well, I think we're seeing a measure of the confidence that the Eigner family bring to these slopes here in China. Grows that advantage courtesy of some very, very strong turns. She may have a big advantage from the start, but she's not content with that. She wants to build it and prove a point here, I think.
Well, she's extended it by over a second in those opening turns, and these are really good turns from Veronika Eigner. It's out to 6 seconds now.
Just needs to keep this last few turns nice and solid. Great connection here between the pair as they come onto the final pitch.
3 gates from home for Veronika Eigner to take the gold medal in the giant slalom vision impaired, and she's home by 7.31 seconds. It has been a masterful display by Veronika Eigner of Austria, who is the Paralympic champion in giant slalom vision impaired for Beijing 2022.
Real textbook stuff here from the Eigner sisters. Guide and athlete working in perfect unison from top to bottom of the course. They barely put a foot wrong. Mirror images of each other going through these gates. And, well, massive relief, but surely delight there for the girls in the finish area.
Well, they were in a car crash back in November, put them both into hospital. But they were selected for Beijing and they recovered. And what a recovery it is. It's crowned with Paralympic gold. And sadly for Starry, she's bumped it into 4th. But Barbara Eigner, her younger sister, is the world champion. Veronika Eigner is the Paralympic Winter Champion. A fantastic ski from Veronika Eigner. So confirmation of the women's giant slalom vision impaired result. Veronika Eigner of Austria and her older sister Elizabeth are the Paralympic champions. Zhu Da-King of the People's Republic of China is in silver, and Barbara Eigner, the younger sister of Veronika, is the bronze medalist, as all 13 racers that start the second run finish. So the recognition ceremony for the women's giant slalom vision impaired at Beijing 2022. And a family affair as Barbara Eigner leads out her sister Veronica. With Xu Daking of the People's Republic of China at the back of that line. In third place, Barbara Eigner of Austria adds Paralympic Winter Games bronze to her World Championship gold medal. A brilliant ski by the 16-year-old. And silver medalists from the People's Republic of China, Xu Daking. But the giant slalom, vision impaired, women's champion for Beijing 2022. It's 18-year-old Veronica Eigner and her older sister Elizabeth as her guide. So the women's start list for the giant slalom standing race, the second run, 21 competitors from 14 NPCs at the top of the hill, and the defending Paralympic and reigning world champion is Marie Boucher, and she has bib number 21. She was fifth fastest after the first run. China's big hope, Zhang Mengyu, was the quickest in the first run. The athletes are out on track, and Claudia Hernandez of Chile is a non-finisher, just running too low in the line and missing the gate.
That's a shame. Hernandez's run comes to a very early finish. These opening gates will cause, we've seen some great skiing so far, but these opening gates are still on this very steep section, and more problems to come for some of the racers. They must make absolutely certain of the first 2 or 3 gates to find the rhythm and get a feel for the steepness and the firmness of the snow.
Ilma Kacic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, bib number 36, the 23-year-old in her third Paralympic Winter Games. Now, the athletes going in reverse finishing order from the first run. And Kacic was 20th fastest from run 1, so second out the gate in run 2.
Good confident skiing here by Kacic, and I have to say, you know, her condition, she's so short on leg strength. She has to take that quite risky line, just spend as little time on each of the turns as possible. But yeah, that's the mistakes she has to try to avoid. If the skis get away from her, then she finds it very difficult to recover her balance, doesn't have the strength to slam the edges into the snow to recover her balance or recover the line. So she has to be precise and, you know, a little cautious right from the get-go. Only a little cautious. She does need to take a chance as well if she wants to make her mark on the world standings here.
Skiing into a little bit of breeze. You can see the gates leaning towards her, and 2:20.25 the second split. As she comes through this double left-footed turn onto the finishing pitch now. She can see the finish area, but needs to keep the concentration high.
Yeah, needs to keep a close eye on the line for this last couple of turns. She can afford to let the skis run from here, though. She's safely down.
And she sets a time of 2:43.4. Good skiing from Kacic.
Yeah, she's made great progress over the last couple of years. Good to see her safely in the finish area.
Bib number 28, Sheni Vaspi from Israel. Her advantage over Katicic from the first run, just 1/10 of a second. And Vaspi in her first Paralympic Winter Games, as you can see, is wearing a skirt to adhere to the religious dress code of Hasidic Judaism, and making sure these very steep, very tough top turns, and now looking a little bit more confident as she comes into the middle part of the challenge.
Yeah, if you're skiing with just a pair of edges rather than having 4 edges across 2 skis, a full pair of skis, a little caution is probably well advised on these top turns.
Well, the green light she had has gone red, but now she will settle into the course and look to get that time back if she can.
Build some confidence through these middle turns. Use a slightly earlier edge change to help her develop a steeper angle through the turn to give her more grip and more control through the curve.
And she has done well, because she's made up the deficit and then found a whole second. Good skiing from Vaspi.
And good tactics, you know, taking a little bit of a rounder route on the very top turns. Possibly will do the same thing here, or will she take a risky line to the finish? Looks to be a slightly straighter line than on the top section.
She'll tuck for the line, 2:43.4. Excellent skiing from Vaspi. That was really well managed. And she betters the time by 2.2 seconds. Wang Qingyun from the People's Republic of China, bib number 33. Now, her advantage over 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds over our current leader, Sheni Vaspi of Israel. And Wang betters that time by 11 seconds, 2:30.03, the new best time. Kamiyama Noriko of Japan, bib number 30, making her Paralympic debut at the age of 49. What can she do here? 5 seconds the right side of the clock at the first split.
Kamiyama with a 92.39% factor on her time, so she does have a little bit of assistance from the clock, as it were, over Wang, who leads at the moment, but not so much that she can afford much of an overly round line here down through this steeper section. She knows that, and she now starts to look for speed from this final red gate and runs straight to the line.
2:30.03 is going to be bettered, and it's going to be bettered by 3.81 seconds. 2:26.22, the new best time. Bib number 23 is Ali Johnson of the United States of America, 27 years of age, with an advantage of over 4 seconds over Kamiyama, our current leader from the first run. Well, here comes that second split, and it's still green.
Oh, I was about to say Johnson on a very risky approach here, risky tactic, going very straight there at the end of the flats, and almost getting in all sorts of trouble. Manages to recover the line.
Has it harmed to time? 2:26.22 is Kamiyama's time, and Johnson is inside by 0.47 of a second. She leads the way.
Yeah, she brought enough from the first run, but only just, I have to say. That was close.
Vanessa Gaskova from Slovakia with just 0.24 and of advantage from the first run over Johnson, our current leader. Has that now at 0.38 at the first split.
Good skiing through this middle part. Slightly direct line. Perhaps if she was going a little rounder, she'd better get a cleaner carve. However, she's safely through the majority of gates and gets these two really wide set turns at the top of the finish pitch pretty cleanly.
Good skiing from Gaskova, and she goes into the lead. 2:23.54 now, the best time. Lucia Smetisko from Croatia next on track. Bib number 31, just 17 years of age, and at the first time split the advantage 4.5 seconds.
Smetisko looking a lot more confident than she did in the first run, looking like she's feeling happier with the conditions underfoot than we saw earlier on. And right now, these are very clean turns as she comes onto the final pitch. A little bit in the back seat. She makes a good recovery and pushes forward, though.
Smetisko to take the lead, and she does it comfortably by over 7 seconds. So excellent second run from the Croatian. 2:16.41 now, the best time. Guo Xiaxin of the People's Republic of China with an advantage of nearly 3 3/4 seconds over our leader Smetisko from the first run. And most of that has gone. 0.49 at the first interval.
Good line here. Good pace being picked up across the middle part of the course. Now it gets steeper. She has to manage the line, stand strongly on that outside ski.
And starts to find some time as she comes through the double gate onto the finishing pitch. And good work from Guo. 2:16.41 is going to be under threat here. And she's inside by 0.26 of a second. Another well-managed run. Ray Anderson from Australia next out the start hut with an advantage of 0.84 over Guo of China, our current leader. And Anderson's advantage now 0.6, the wrong side of the clock from the Australians' point of view.
Yeah, Anderson, this first of our LW91 classified skiers here today. It looks perhaps like the energy is fading away from her, particularly on her left side, the less strong side. A lot of drift happening, and this turn here is pretty critical. She gets it really well. Executed that tactically very well, took extra space as she came in. Oh, but just lets it slip again on that red. She's recovered well, though. She'll make it to the line.
2:16.15 comes and go. Anderson 1.4 the wrong side of the clock. Tough couple of turns at the top of the finishing pitch. And she is exhausted, understandably so. She has left it out there.
Lupag grits the teeth coming around these turns. Full marks for giving it everything, leaves it on the hill. And congratulated on her run by Melissa Perrine and her guide in the finish area.
Hondo Ami of Japan, 10th quickest after the first run, has an advantage of nearly 3 seconds on Guo, our leader, from that first run. And Hondo Ami, if she can successfully negotiate the opening 6 turns, will then let these skis run.
Very strong athlete, but she's, I would say, body position-wise, a little bit too far back. She's doing well here, but she definitely needs to capture the front part of the ski, have a little bit more control in the top of the turn, particularly on the closing half a dozen gates down that final pitch. Right now, though, using that leg strength to good effect, pumping the skis and making pace as she gets across the flatter part.
Extended the advantage at the first split and gains a little bit more time at the second.
Pushed a little wide on the entry to the double, but gets it back again, using that leg strength to good effect. She's low here, caught on the tails a little. She should have enough, but that was close.
2:16.15. She's inside by 5 seconds. Hondo Ami, our new leader. Could hear her shouting to herself down that finishing pitch. Really energy sapping. Final 6 or 7 gates.
Whoa, there's the recovery. Lightning reactions to get the skis back underneath the body. And here on the double into the pitch. Very precise with the placement of the skis.
Petra Smazova of Slovakia, bib number 27, and she has herself just over 3/4 of a second advantage over Hondo Ami of Japan, our current leader. As you can see from the factor time, she gets no help from the clock, so she needs a quick, clean second run here.
Yeah, she's made a couple of small mistakes up on the early pitch. We'll wait till the split time to see if it's done damage.
It's done a little bit of damage, but she's still got the green light, more importantly from her perspective.
Yeah, and she's still fighting like mad through this middle part, keeping the body low, pressing those skis all the way around these curves, relatively straight here. So, oh, I was going to say she can afford to let them run, but that was a mistake that she could ill afford, just dropping her weight a little bit too far back on those straighter, inviting turns, and the skis running away as a result. And yeah, she's out of this one.
A disappointment for Smazova in her 5th Paralympic Winter Games. A DNF. As Hondo Ami relays information back up the hill. And that would be to coaches for the sitting category. Japan with no more athletes in this standing category. Michaela Goslin of Canada with bib number 20, over 2 seconds quicker than our leader Hondo Ami from the first run. Can she consolidate that advantage in run 2 and lay down a second quick run?
So far so good in the top section. She had a couple of, a little bit of trouble on the first couple of gates, but managed to regain the line. Drops a little low here, but still okay.
Finds a second in that first part of run 2 and goes to work on this more inviting section of the piece, which is slightly less steep than the top and bottom.
Of course, setters let the skiers run fast through this middle part.
Consistently found a second at each time interval has Goslin.
It's important to read the course. It's a very different set here. It's wide across the hill. She does just that. This is a good finish.
2:11.07 and 4.9 the right side of the clock for Michaela Goslin of Canada.
Look back at the middle part where the gates are set a little straighter. She took a chance or two here and got the reward. Changes the tactic, sweeps wide through the double, and a very early switch onto that left foot to bring her onto the finish pitch and down towards the finish line.
No, it's better, I think.
Anna-Maria Rieder of Germany with bib 18 has just over 0.4 of a second on our leader, Michaela Goslin of Canada. And not enjoying these opening turns, either getting pushed a little low in the line, battling to stay in the gates, which she's done. And now she can go to work.
Yeah, she didn't take full advantage of the top steep though, too straight into the first gate, and she was fighting, as we've said, just a little too hard, and again drops low in the line here.
That said though, the green light extends to 0.89.
Keeps it going steady through the middle part. A little straight section here, then just a sweep back out to her left-hand side from this gate.
Well, that nice calm skiing in that middle section gives her another second of green light.
Dropped a bit low here. She should have enough, but some time being bled away on the final pitch.
2:06.17, she's inside by 2.43. Excellent work from Rieder of Germany.
Clean edge sets. Oh, just as I say that though, the slow-mo picks up one of the mistakes by Rieder there. That long left foot turn, some time bled away on that for sure.
Alana Ramsey of Canada with just 0.12 of a second in the bank over Anna-Maria Rieder of Germany from the first run. And Ramsey gets caught on the inside on the third turn, and she is out of the women's giant slalom standing second run. Big disappointment for the two-times bronze medalist here in Beijing in earlier races. She won't be adding to that tally.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Just a little impatient coming off the right foot, a bit too early. The weight moving across to what would be the new turning ski sooner than she really could afford on such a steep pitch there. These top gates, they're typical GS challenge. They need some respect, but not too much if you want to stay competitive.
Current standings, Rieder from Goslin from Hondo. But we still have the fastest 5 from the first run still to challenge in run 2, and the first of them is the defending Paralympic giant slalom champion and the reigning world champion in giant slalom standing, Marie Boucher. Marie Boucher of France out of the start huts with over a second's advantage over our leader.
Strong opening turns from Boucher, as we've come to expect from the experienced Frenchwoman. Look at her go as she comes off the steep and heads for the flats with, well, the most pace under the skis of anybody we've seen so far.
Diving into that right-footed turn, and a green light 1.78 as she gets into the tuck position for a couple of gates.
No advantage, no help from her factor, so she knows she has to take every risk and give every single turn maximum effort. Good skiing here by Boucher.
Still has the green light, 1.35. But this is a really difficult, challenging finishing pitch, which she needs to get right.
She's thrown herself forward here. Very good skiing on the final pitch by Boucher.
2:03.74. She's inside by over a second and is our new leader in the women's giant slalom standing race. She's done all she can do to defend her title.
Yeah, pushing things right to the limit. Boucher low in the position, keeps the line management, well, just about perfect, I would say. A couple of times the snow letting her down and breaking away under the skis, but she battles on from the top all the way to the bottom.
Andrea Rothfuss of Germany, bib number 19, fourth quickest after the first run, has just over half a second on Boucher, our current leader in this women's giant slalom standing race. And Rothfuss, a bronze medalist in Pyeongchang, looking to try and upgrade that if she can here in Beijing.
Andy Rothfuss a little twisted with the upper body on many of these top turns. This is a little bit more disciplined here as she comes out onto the flats. Or just as I say that, she gets dropped low in the line again.
0.36 now the advantage, and she'll know that that was an error, so she'll have to push further on down this track.
Really flying at this middle section. Quick on, quick off with the pressure. Different tactic from Marie Boucher. Oh, dropped again once or twice in the line, but she has made some time.
Yeah, she nearly doubles that advantage to 0.71. And here she comes now, Rothfuss into the final pitch. Couple of gates from home, 2:02.58 is under pressure, and Rothfuss is inside by 0.67 of a second. She moves into provisional gold with just 3 remaining at the top of the hill. 2:01.91, the new best time.
Andrea Rothfuss absolutely delighted, as she should be with that run. That's some of the most confident skiing I've ever seen from the young German. A little ragged in places, but ultimately the risk-taking and the technique and tactics blended very, very well. Now, that will be a strong run and something for the others to chase down.
Das war nicht schön und es war nicht geil.
Molly Jepson of Canada, with bib number 17, has over a second in hand on our current leader, Andrea Rothfuss of Germany from the first run. And Jepson, living life on the edge on those very steep opening turns, but she's still on course.
Yeah, these ladies all know the gap is close between each and every one of them now, so no complacency can be afforded. They have to take risks.
A 1.38, that's just gone down to 0.74 now. And this is the part of the track where our leader was super smooth and clean.
Yeah, she's settled really well after those shaky early turns. Jepson really going to town on the middle part.
1:44.57, and still has the green light by just under 3/4 of a second as she drifts around that double gate.
Yeah, she's a little static in the double, can't afford any more drift, can't lose the line here on the final red turn.
2:01.91, Jepson is in by nearly a second. Good skiing from Molly Jepson on the final pitch, and she goes into provisional gold. She knows she's got a medal because only 2 remain.
There's the drift, couple of small errors, but she's still done enough to get the lead for now. She just has to watch and wait in the finish area. Won't drift around that double, but she carved a fairly short line and a very strong final couple of turns into the tuck position and over that line.
Bib number 16, Ebba Arsho of Sweden, the second quickest after the first run, and she has nearly 1 3/4 seconds on Jepson, our leader, but she's right on the edge on these opening turns as she gets the left hand down on the snow.
This is absolutely on the limit. She knows she needs to take risks, not content to be sitting in silver position. She's on the charge here for a gold.
She gets around that corner on her inside ski and grows the gap to over 3 seconds. This is attacking skiing at its finest from Arsho.
I would say she needs to settle this. I think she's actually saying that to herself. She goes through the middle part.
Oh, no,
no,
she's down.
She's
cross of the skis was it, and she gets flipped out of the course, and Arsho, who was absolutely flying, is out, and with it goes her chance of a medal. And Rothfuss has her hands to her face because she knows that she has medalled because there's only one remaining at the top of the hill. Well, let's hope that Arsho is okay.
Yeah, short hold by the looks of things, just to double check. Dario Capelli taking good care of his athlete Zhang in the start area. A few words of wisdom, just telling her not to be concerned.
And Arsho looks like she's just holding her right knee. Let's have another look.
Yeah, just on the next right foot turn, she gets caught in a little hole. She on the tails, and then the skis load up very, very heavily, and she gets spun around. Yeah, she looks to be in some discomfort here.
Well, she's just
Makes
asked
it to her feet, though.
Yeah, just asked. No, she's hurt her right knee, hasn't she?
I think it's You don't clean the slams, huh? Oh, she you need to try again.
Well, this is the drama of alpine ski racing, para-alpine. Arjo in a lot of pain by the looks of things at the side of the course. Anxious moments for her coaches and crew and her family watching at home. Andy Rothfuss, tears of delight meantime in the finish area. She can't believe what she's done.
And all the while, Zhang of China has just to wait.
I'm embarrassing myself.
Arsho being attended to at the side of the track. They've got the skis off. And the start referee, Sawana Hiroshi, just having a look down. But they're all in radio contact, so they should have a clear idea of what's happening. But the 20-year-old Zhang in her first Paralympic Winter Games is just being asked to wait a little bit longer. And Andy Rothfuss in Germany getting the congratulations of her teammates and coaches at the bottom. Well, this will be a test of Zhang's mental fortitude as well as her physical fortitude.
Yes, and with no major games experience to her credit, you know, you have to spare a thought for her. She looks to be very cool, calm and collected up at the top, but meantime, good to see that the medical crew are with Arsho, but she does look to be in a lot of discomfort. Just to explain her impairment, she skis us an LW4, so that's the same as many athletes who would have only be skiing on one leg and skiing with a prosthetic limb. Eba's impairment means that the muscular development, the soft tissue development of her right side didn't really happen as it would ordinarily have. So she skis as the equivalent of an athlete skiing with one regular leg and one prosthetic limb. So it looks to me that it's her weaker side that she's injured. So we'll have to take, the medical crew rather, will have to take very good care of her as they load her into the sledge, and hopefully that's mainly as a precaution rather than as an indicator of any significant injury. She's conscious and speaking to the medical crew, so that in itself is a good thing, and Let's just watch and wait while we get her safely down to the bottom of the hill.
Like everything. Oh yeah, it's done now.
Something stand in the middle and remember?
Last or?
Yes, last.
Okay.
Stand last. Just now.
Can we carry
Yes,
this?
you can.
So Molly Jepson and Andrea Rothfuss know they have a medal. It's Marie Boucher of France who's on the bubble. She's currently in third with one remaining at the top of the hill.
That's good to see. Our Swedish skier is on her feet. Skis are off. So say maybe she'll take the precautionary ride down on the sledge, but she's as tough as any of the competitors here, and I know if at all possible she'll want to put her skis on and make her way down under her own steam.
Well, Zhang is trying to keep herself busy and keep her mind occupied.
Yeah, she's in good hands up there. Dario Capelli, the gentleman with the broad shoulders up there, just reassuring Zhang. He's an Italian by birth from the Italian mountains, and he's been head coach with the Chinese national squad program for the last 4 years, and really he couldn't fault the preparation and the final delivery so far by his athletes. She does look a little anxious, doesn't she? She'll know she'll better get ready, get those skis back on and get herself warmed up and ready to do whatever she can to defend that lead from the first run, because after all there is a medal at stake.
And Boucher can't watch down in the finish area. And all the while, this long hold will just play on the mind of Zhang and also allow the course crew to do some work on the track.
Yeah, there's two sides to it, really. Perhaps the precocious talent that youth brings allows her just to say, I'm going to do my job no matter what. At the same time, she doesn't have that big race experience, not that many start outings for her to know and have the experience of having to deal with. This is inevitable in alpine ski racing. There's always crashes, and very often an athlete finds themselves told just to pull back from that start one just at the very last moment. And it's an important set of experiences to gain to enable you to manage that situation when it happens on this, the very, very most important stage of your career.
So 30 seconds now until Zhang leaves the start hut, and some last minute guidance from her coach. Zhang Mengqiu from the People's Republic of China, bib number 26, our leader after the first run in this women's giant slalom standing competition. And she has an advantage of 1.83 seconds over Molly Jepson of Canada, our current leader.
She's a little more static in the first few turns than she was in the first. The movement of the legs starting to come now as she comes onto the flatter section.
This looks quick from Zhang. Is it too quick? Has a long, long hold on the right ski, but she's now over 4 seconds the right side of the clock.
Takes great pace off that top part of the course. Runs it out smoothly and quite precisely onto the middle part of the course.
Well, this will be a big gap. It's nearly 5 seconds that Zhang has in the bank. She just needs to stay upright here. inside of the finish, and the crowd start to welcome her home. Jepsen's time is 2 minutes, 0.95, and Zhang is down and into gold medal position by over 5 seconds. And the People's Republic of China strike gold in the women's giant slalom standing race.
Well, a look back at that gold medal run. She certainly wasn't put off by the delay. She was able to take more risks through that run, and a series of very clean turns here puts China in command of the women's standing category once again.
Second gold medal of the Games for Zhang Mengyu. Confirmation of the women's giant slalom standing results. Zhang Mengyu of the People's Republic of China is the gold medal winner. Molly Jepsen of Canada in silver, and Andrea Rothfuss of Germany in third. Marie Bochet, the defending champion, just misses out on the podium. She is in fourth as 16 of the 21 racers to start the second run finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Beijing 2022
So the recognition ceremony for the women's giant slalom standing race at the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games of 2022. And delight for the home fans as Zhang Mengyu is on the top step of the podium.
representing Germany.
获得铜牌的是德国运动员
Andrea Rothfuss.
Andrea Rothfuss of Germany, who's been on the Paralympic podium in every Winter Games since 2006, continues that run in Beijing.
获得银牌的是加拿大运动员
Molly Jepsen.
And Molly Jepsen keeps Canada's excellent record in this category going at Beijing. A fourth medal for Canada, Jepsen second.
People's Republic of China.
获得金牌和残奥式冠军的是
And Zhang Mengyu, who has medalled in every race, picks up her second gold medal of these games. Another excellent performance from Zhang Mengyu.
Show your appreciation for the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists.
女士们、先生们，请向北京2022年冬残奥会获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
So the women's giant slalom sitting race, the second run at the Alpine skiing at Beijing 2022. The last of the 3 gold medals to be decided on day 7. And let's have a look at the start list. Just 10 athletes from 7 NPCs at the top of the hill. And Muraoka Momoka is the defending Paralympic champion, the world champion. Katie Combaluzier will be third out of the start hut, but they're all trying to chase down Yu Sitong of the People's Republic of China, who was quickest after the first run. She will go 10th and last in this second run. And Larila of Finland, who was 10th quickest from run 1, will get us underway. And here she comes now into the start hut. Patting the gates in this second run. It's set by Tony McAllister, one of the coaches from the United States of America. Set at 39 gates, 38 turning gates, the double gate coming on the 90-degree bend into the finishing pitch. It's the top 6 gates that are really steep and the bottom 7 gates that are really steep, and in between there are varying degrees of slope. Maju Larilla from Finland gets the second run of the women's giant slalom sitting race underway. The 42-year-old in her first Paralympic Winter Games has to negotiate these really very steep, hard top 6 or so gates, and just about here we'll be able to settle in to the pattern of gates on this middle section.
Yes, for the sit skiers, those top gates will be crucial. The snow cement, the chemicals the course workers have applied in the break between the runs really has worked well today. A lot of moisture in the air and a lot of free water present in the snowpack. So that translates to a drop in temperature caused by the chemicals on the snow, and that's why the athletes, despite the warm air, the athletes are finding it very, very firm underfoot.
2 time checks on this giant slalom track. Larilla, who carried the Finnish flag at the opening ceremony, is doing a good job in her first outing at a Paralympic Winter Games. And now this double turn that will bring her onto this very steep finishing section, not too dissimilar to the starting pitch.
She's done a good job here, consistent and a little bit conservative, let's say, but she should be able to bring this one home safely for Finland.
And Larilla does stop the clock in 2:51.23. She's down and sets the time for everyone to beat.
Good solid skiing here. The sit ski rig doing its job pretty well. Larilla gets the line high above that blue turn. That allows her space to pick her way around the curve and set up for the following gate, and gets her ultimately safely into the finish area here.
Great Britain in the start hut now. Bib number 45 is Shona Brownlee, and her advantage over Larilla, our current leader after the first run, 9.05 seconds. And Brownlee, in her first Paralympic Winter Games, was a silver medalist in this event at the World Championships in Lillehammer earlier this year. And these are good opening turns on this steep section from Brownlee.
Yeah, an attacking approach here. Great work by Brownlee. Just has to be a little bit careful. She doesn't let the turn shape run away from her. Does a great job. She's now off the main pitch, up at the top here. Just needs to stay calm, keep the rhythm, keep the swing in the turns going, and bring it across the midsection.
She extends the advantage over Larilla, our current leader at the first split. And now tries to find a little bit more time in this second third.
Keeps that pretty solid line going, does Brownlee. Switches the rig onto the left edge, onto the right.
Finds a couple more seconds in that middle third, and now these final turns.
So far, so good for Shona Brownlee. No major problems on this challenging hill. This one last red gate turn, and she should be home safe. It's straight to the line from here.
2:51.23. We have a new leader by 19 seconds. Good work from Shona Brownlee, who's all smiles in the finish area.
Close-up slow-mo look at Brownlee's technique here. Great tactics here. Picks a really safe, solid line through the top part of that double gate. She's all smiles with the rest of her GB teammates in the finish area.
Katie Combaluzier of Canada. 2.63, her advantage over our leader Brownlee from the first run. Combaluzier 8th quickest in run 1, the silver medalist at the World Championships in Lillehammer in January of this year. Has she managed to find some time on those steep opening turns as we head towards the first time split, which is at 1:45.46.
The line's good coming off the steep. She's taken good speed, carried the momentum well.
Combaluzier still has the green light, but it's just under a second.
Takes a couple of bites at that last red gate. Setting the turn cleanly and smoothly is a key for the sit skiers. Combaluzier, just a couple more of these. She's going in twice with the rig to get the turn set up. Smooths it out here. Looks ahead to spot her line into the following gates.
Yeah, good middle section from Combaluzier. She finds more time. Comes sweeping round the double into the finishing pitch.
And just one small mistake on the red there. That will have cost her a little, but
2:32.08. She's going to be inside, and she's inside by 3.81 seconds. Good skiing from Combaluzier.
Katie Combaluzier very happy with this run. Rides those bumps coming off the first of the pitches really well. And further down, sends it for the line when she gets the chance to run straight.
Can I go there?
Bib 48 is the birthday girl. Han Xiaxia, 32 years of age today, 1.69 the advantage over Katie Combaluzier, our current leader from the first run.
More aggressive line here by Han. Getting closer to the gates is what I mean by aggressive. The difficulty sometimes can be the forces build up too quickly and the athletes on the rig are sent wide out on the end of the turn, but Han gets the measure of that top part. Is her training hill as well as today's competition hill. So that local knowledge advantage being played out to good effect.
And the advantage has been extended. So good second run from Han Xiaxia. Getting encouragement from the side of the hill. And at 2:08.36, Han sees the advantage now stand at 3.34 seconds.
Getting a little low on these 2 or 3 turns. She's got space here though through the double to get the line back. Perhaps some of that advantage will have been eaten away by those small errors, but now back on again, a pretty aggressive, dynamic line down the finish pitch.
2:28.27, and Han Xiaxia on her birthday is in gold medal position of the women's giant slalom sitting race. Some good turns from Han on this second run. And she negotiated that steep section really confidently. Zhang Haiyun from the People's Republic of China with a really big advantage of over 3¼ seconds on our current leader Han Xiaxia, also from the People's Republic of China. Now Zhang Haiyun in her first Paralympic Winter Games, was a gold medalist in the T42 long jump way back in Athens in 2004. She also competed at the Paralympic Summer Games in Beijing in 2008, so doubling up as she competes in the Paralympic Winter Games. Beijing, of course, the first dual city to host both the Summer and Winter Games.
Keeps that advantage as she rolls out onto the middle flats and runs a pretty straight line through the series of gates that passes the start point for the slalom competitions.
2:05.02, the next split from Han. And Zhang is still with a healthy green light at 4.33 seconds. She's got a bit of pace coming in here.
Yeah, run a little wide on the double. Shouldn't have harmed the time too badly. Heavy edge set there from the red to blue just to keep herself on line and set up for the run to the finish.
A little late in the line, but it shouldn't worry her too much. 4.26 seconds. Zhang Haiyun is in gold medal position.
Good close look at the suspension system of Zhang's rig, working to keep that ski solidly in contact with the snow.
Zhang Wenjing from the People's Republic of China, bib number 43, trying to chase down her compatriot and teammate Zhang Haiyuan of China. And 1.41 the advantage, very wide and late in the line.
Yeah, big recovery move there. She went in very, very hot to the first couple of turns. Recovered the mistake well. It only took her a gate, or say 2 gates really, to get the line back under control, and now making very good headway as she comes off the steep, picking up a lot of speed in those last few gates.
Zhang Wenjing now 4.34 the right side of the clock. Some excellent skiing through the opening turns.
Yeah, and keeping that going all the way through the middle part of the course. Left, right, through the straighter section. Out to her right-hand side one more time. A longer turn across to her left. The turns swing wider.
Well, she's found over 2 seconds in that section. 6.84 the right side of the pace. Really attacking this second run here.
Yeah, really precise on the exit from the double. Sets her up really well, beautifully well for the finish. A really quick run to the line coming here.
Zhang Wenjing taking it away from Zhang Haiyuan by 10 seconds. Zhang Wenjing with a blistering second run charge.
Oh, very well executed run by Zhang. Just a couple of mistakes up on the very top pitch, but key thing was the recovery skills were there and very, very well delivered. Got the line back, lower down, I have to say. That really is the sweet line on the finish pitch. That's the one that the remaining skiers who are still to take their challenge will be looking to achieve on the run down to the finish line.
Annalena Forster of Germany, 4th quickest after the first run, has a second in hand over our current leader Zhang Wenjing of the People's Republic of China for this second run. And Forster, good opening turns. A 3-time Paralympic champion.
Yeah, strong start. Like some others, though, a couple of small line errors in the middle of the pitch, but she puts those behind her and tries to get the ski running quickly and cleanly across the flats.
Finds 0.04 of a second on those opening turns. Zhang Wenjing, our current leader, with a big second run charge. Can Forster of Germany match that in run 2?
Looks to be trying everything she knows through here. Very quick and very early in the line here, finding a real straight series, a straight line through that last series of turns.
And it's still 1.04. Forster holding Zhang at bay for the time being. But here come the money turns.
She's in nice and early, gets dropped a little on that red, but no, gets high for the blue, high for that final red.
2:10.92, and she's just outside 600ths of a second. Forster with the smallest of errors on that final pitch.
Well, Alpine racing at this level, the smallest of mistakes are punished heavily, and just slight line errors, I would say, on the final pitch, costing Annalena Forster the lead.
Ist trotzdem eine ganz tolle Person, tolle Sport.
Barbara van Bergen of the Netherlands, the next out on track with 3.06 seconds in the bank, but she might lose all of that because she's very, very, very late in the line and loses nearly all her momentum.
Oh, well, yeah, I think that's the chance of a medal gone there, unfortunately, for Barbara van Bergen, but she really needs to calm the frustrations, focus back on the line ahead of her and bring this one home safe from here without any more mistakes.
A 1:33.11, she's still got the green light by 0.68, but it's whether or not that mistake manifests itself further on down the challenge, not only in terms of her line but also in her head, because she knows she's made that big mistake.
She looks to have settled well, I have to say. No sign of anxious, hurried movements coming across the flats. Ground speed, she's maybe lacking a little though.
Well, it's 400s now, the green light, and Van Bergen is precarious in her lead as she comes to the final turns. Third quickest after the first run, but the mistake could have cost her as she runs a little wide on that blue gate. 2:10.92, Van Bergen. She's going to be outside. She is. Just too many mistakes, and Van Bergen goes into third place for the time being.
Well, that was the run, really strong in parts, but unfortunate, the big mistake and huge line adjustment necessitated there, way out in the soft snow, up at the top. Yeah, she knows she could ill afford those mistakes.
Muroka Momoka of Japan, second quickest after the first run in this women's giant slalom sitting race. 3.45 seconds her advantage over Zhang Wenjing of the People's Republic of China, who is our current leader and knows she will have a medal because there are only two left to race. But can Muroka, the captain of the Japan team here in Beijing, lay down another epic run on the Haituo mountain?
So far, so good for her. This is a flyer on the top section.
And at the first split, she's grown the advantage by 3 seconds. Muroka Momoka is absolutely flying here, but she's got to make it stick. She's got to be sure in these turns.
Yeah, clearly carrying greater ground speed than anybody else so far. Got to anticipate what's coming up. Course is straight here, but it begins to swing again from this point onwards.
7 seconds now the advantage for Muroka Momoka as she comes to this double gate that will bring her onto the finishing pitch. She is absolutely flying.
Yeah, confidence, brimful of confidence here, allows her to dig really deep, drop the rig right on its side just when she needs it.
Perfect turns from Muroka Momoka, and she leads by a massive 8.65 seconds. 2:02.27, what a run that is from Muraoka Momoka, who will get yet another medal here.
Masterful stuff by our Japanese sit skier Muraoka Momoka. Great to watch. Such exciting sit skiing. She's left it all now. She's absolutely exhausted.
Liu Sitong from the People's Republic of China, the quickest athlete from the first run. Her advantage over Muraoka Momoka of Japan, our leader at the moment, is 1.04 seconds. And Liu Sitong has been challenged, and that is a big mistake because she runs wide.
She's run wide, but she's managed to keep the majority of the momentum. She's managed to stay out of that heavy, soft snow that's off to the side of the racing line, and now gradually winding herself back onto the attacking line. Good pace now as she comes off. We'll get a check in the moment to see how much damage has been done.
Well, a lot of damage has been done. She's 2.69 off the pace, but if she can absolutely get the ski running quickly here, she might eat into that.
Doesn't seem to have the ground speed through the middle part. She's choosing to keep things calm and smoothly execute these turns.
Next time split 146.22, and it's going the wrong way for Liu Sitong. It's now 5.39 seconds, and Liu can't afford to lose too much more time in these final turns.
The line's good, but maybe not aggressive enough on this final pitch to do much about that deficit.
2:02.27 Muraoka's time. That's come, that's gone, and Liu is second, 7.28 off the pace. And it is Muraoka Momoka who is the Paralympic champion, her third gold medal here in Beijing, and she also has a silver. What a performance by the Japan team captain. Disappointment for Liu Sitong.
Well, she led from the first run, but some mistakes earlier on had to be measured, had the remainder of her run had to be maximized. Good tactics there by Zhang.
So here are the final results. Muraoka Momoka defends her title she won in Pyeongchang in 2018. Liu Sitong of the People's Republic of China is the silver medalist. Zhang Wenjing from China with a second run charge moves from 5th to 3rd to round off the podium. So the recognition ceremony for the women's giant slalom sitting race at Beijing 2022. And what a story it is for Japan and Muraoka Momoka, who wins her 4th medal in 4 races here at Beijing 2022. 3 of them gold, 1 of them silver. She has been absolutely dominant in the women's sitting category. So the bronze medalists from the People's Republic of China, it is Zhang Wenjing. And in silver medal position, it's Liu Sitong, who picks up her 3rd medal of these games. The first 2 were bronze. And an emotional Muraoka Momoka of Japan is the Paralympic giant slalom sitting champion of Beijing 2022, her 3rd gold medal of these Paralympic Winter Games. Well, what an amazing run from Muraoka Momoka. And, well, you wouldn't bet against her making it a 4th gold on the final day of competition of Beijing 2022. As the athletes leave the field of play, she has delivered once again for her country. Well, all the women's skiers don't get much rest. They're back in action tomorrow on day 8 of these games with the slalom, their last day of competition. But day 7 has delivered some real drama, and yet 3 more gold medals across vision impaired, standing and sitting categories in the women's competition.
This Ice River technical officials, staff and volunteers for the outstanding efforts to give all the athletes the best competition.
Another excellent day of Paralpine skiing.
Yeah, the China National Alpine Center delivering an amazing day of competition for the women's giant slalom discipline, and really a great clutch of medals, well deserved and hard fought for in each and every one of the classes.
So the curtain comes down on day 7 of these Beijing Paralympic Winter Games 2022. Congratulations to Veronika Eigner of Austria, who wins gold in the vision impaired category. Zhang Mengyu of China picks up her 4th and 2nd gold medal of these games, while Muraoka Momoka of Japan in the sitting category wins her 3rd gold medal and 4th in total. What a day of action we have witnessed. We'll be back tomorrow on day 8 for women's slalom.